Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, November the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That would help. Thank you, guys. All right. So first, we have a nonsensical one. CREV. I don't know if you guys saw this one. This hit $400 in the pre-market, approximately $400 in the pre-market. 387.73 to be exact. It's pulled all the way back down. This is another one of these SPACs, I believe, that turned into CREV. Just crazy, crazy, crazy trading. Now, I don't have a lot of, first of all, USM is the free trade of the week. USM is the trade of the week. If you subscribe to it, and I can show you how you can subscribe to it if you want. This is the free trade of the week. Now, it's not considered live until 46.92. So we're at 45.99 right now. So if it hits 46.92 when the market opens or at any time, I believe until Friday or till Wednesday, then it is considered live. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, will be up to you. Now, this week, we're in for another huge number of companies releasing earnings, over 1,000. But today, we don't have that many earnings plays to talk about. But tomorrow, from Tuesday to Friday, we'll have a ton of them. So, what are the earnings plays today? The only one I could really find of maybe of interest on the short side was TGLS. Thank you, Gary, in our YouTube room. TGLS is an earnings play. Seeing a lot of this sort of action, these big, big bottoming tails and then big moves. I mean, this was down to 27, up to 31. So TGLS is an earnings play. Not a ton of volume, though, only 29,000 shares, so not a ton of volume. Dish is an earnings play. Oops. Now, when you say the sound is breaking up, is that just when I started or is it still breaking up? And if it is, again, if it's breaking up, if that is not for everybody, yeah, So, okay, listen, guys, if the sound is breaking up, there is something I can do. Just give me one moment, okay? I don't know why it happens to some, but not all. So give me one moment. I know everything's fine in YouTube. All right, how's that? How's that for those that were having problems? Okay, well, and if it isn't, I don't know what I can do. I'm sorry. Fixed? Okay, good. So OGI is, see, it's gapping up. See if I can find a reason. That's this origami, I think. No, origami. Organogram. Tobacco giant supports cannabis with $91 million investment in a Toronto weed producer. Okay. So there's an OGI cannabis play, of course. Lots of volume already, 13 million. CLDX was an earning plays last week. CLDX, big, actually pretty big continuation off earnings. Maybe they had some other news. After the company announced data from its phase 2 trial. Okay, so obviously it's been met with a lot of positivity just based on what the stock is doing. So it had earnings on Friday, and then now it's through the 200-day moving average with that news. CLDX. Kodiak dropping badly. AOD, this was a big one on, well, I guess not badly, but it was up to 239. It's down 11%. I thought maybe they did a financing, but no, they did not do a financing. CRSP, I believe they have earnings coming up. CRSP, CRISPR. Yeah, November 6th post market. So they have earnings after hours today. CRISP has earnings after hours today. So far, this is through the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. FRPT. So this is actually an earnings play, guys. Not very much volume yet, only about 20,000 shares. This is an earnings play, November 6th pre-market, yes. So right at the 200-day moving average, fresh pet. This is right at the 200-day moving average. So this is FRPT. How do you change symbol on a chart? Just left click on the chart, okay? Just so the system knows what chart you're in. And most of the time, it's just a matter of typing. I just typed M on my keyboard. The change symbol box should pop up. Okay. You click change, of course, or you could enter on your keyboard. If it doesn't happen, if when you start to type it doesn't happen, the box doesn't pop up, just hit the key, hit the space bar. It does. Okay, good. Yeah. Now the only problem is, and I apologize, I did forget to do this. Tim T, I forgot to do this. It's kind of it's not late, but this is what you're going to see. Okay, now you won't have the Brokerage Plus window, and I'll show you. You know, you have to load that. At least I don't think you will. You won't have it. Unfortunately, it doesn't copy. And this will have a sound alert. I believe it'll be hallelujah. Okay, the strategy trades. So when you hear it, when a trade comes in, I believe because I forgot. Unfortunately, I forgot to take the actions off, which is the sound alert. Okay. Otherwise, and then you'll have these two, abnormal option activity, the momentum scan. You'll have my single stock window. These are, you don't have to have these as your time frames, but this is what I use. But of course, I am sharing a lot of other scans. If you go to my home page, okay, which I'm going to go over in a little bit. Hmm. Just give me a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the earnings day columns just to see if anything else is sneaking in. So anything with minus 0.25 or 0.25 is an earnings play. That means they release earning. Now, very, very few companies release on after hours on a Friday. I mean, I do see Swag is there. Okay, BNTX, okay, big drug company. BMTX is there out of Germany. BNTX is there. So that is an earnings play also. And when I click on the earnings day column, just sort it on the downside. These are the ones. See, not too many. There's the TGLS I was talking about. There's Dish and a couple of real cheap ones. Well, HGV, I guess, is not cheap. There was just really no volume. This is Hilton. Yeah, Hilton Grand Vacations, HGV, other earnings play. Do I have MRTX as an earnings play? MRTX? Okay, okay, our provider had them on the 8th, so maybe they have, this looks like this is the official one, not, let me see here. Not a pre-release. Okay, so our provider had it on the 8th. Well, thank you for that, Casa. So MRTX is an earnings play also, MRTX. No volume. That's the problem. There's no volume. Now, something interesting, maybe interesting, PKX. If you look at PKX, why interesting? Well, this is a stock out of South Korea. So it looks like the South Korean government is banning short selling. That's what I read this morning. Banning short selling. So shares of South Korean ADRs and yeah, banning short selling through the first half of next year. So I mean, we're still not next year. So banning short selling. Oh no, through the first. So it is starting today. Excuse me, I got to read it correctly. Through the first half of next year. So I'm assuming it starts today, of course, and through the first half of next year. So they're banning short selling. Take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, let's take a look and see if there's anything interesting. Got Acadia here. I just want to see. I see what the price target is. Always interesting to see what the current price is with relation to the price target. Okay, so Acadia has an upgrade to $35. Okay, by Mizuho, and nobody is saying it's going to get to $35, but it's probably a little bit of a pop here, just because of that. And we, by the way, in terms of the market itself, we're in for a mildly positive open after having two fantastic days on Thursday and Friday. Fantastic if you like to see the market going higher. The other thing I'm looking for to see if there's any one stock that's being upgraded by multiple analysts. Don't see that. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let's see. Look on the downgrade side. That's usually, when you see a bunch of one stock downgraded by multiple analysts, that's when usually we can sort of pay attention. Okay, now here's a downgrade. Let's see what the price is. It's an expensive one. Just curious to see what the current price is. And it may already be there. Yeah, it's well below. They're downgraded from 253 down to 140, but it's sitting at 127 now. All right. I'm not seeing any stock being multiply downgraded. I do see Sedge, a couple of downgrades for Sedge, Wells Fargo, and HSBC. Let's take a look at Sedge. So there are your upgrades, there are your downgrades. And let's take a look at SEDG, if this has been affected. I know it had earnings on the first and got hammered down. Yeah, this is solar play, of course. I mean, it actually got hammered down earlier than its earnings. It got hammered down on the 20th. What do I think about Krev? No, I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but not much. I mean, I mean, any stock that goes up to 400. I mean, it's one of these facts. I mean, you're totally on your own. You're going to try to trade this. I mean, a stock that went up to $400 and came right back down to 100. I mean, it's a complete casino play. Now, this is what I'm going to be really interested in. I'm going to go through all the major sectors right now. Oh, from our toolbar, I'm going to click on new and then show more and then click on, where are you? Stock sector status. Okay. So again, we're in for a mildly positive open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay. And so when you take a quick look, most of them, in fact, all of them are over 50%. Okay. But that's what, 10 minutes before, 15 minutes before the open. What I really want to see now, though, I want to see how the sectors are with respect to their 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, guys. So you saw XLE last week, struggling right around that 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line is right there. But then, of course, on Thursday, a big pop. Friday kind of rested, but here we are here. So still above the 200-day moving average. So that's one. Remember, we only had three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average maybe a week ago. XRT, let's see how close XRT now. This is retail. Look at this. So look at XRT even getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP. I think consumer staples may have popped above it. Oh, yeah, look at it. No, I'm sorry, still way below it. It's one other one I'm thinking of. So XLP still quite a bit below. This is consumer staples, still quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, another one, quite a bit below. Industrials, XLI. Look at this. So very, very close again to the 200-day moving average, but still a little bit below. Financials, XLF. There we go. So this one, yeah, so this one closed above. Look at the rally. This one closed above the 200-day moving average on Friday. And right now it's a little bit above. So that is another one that's above. That is one that wasn't for a long time. Consumer discretionary, XLY. There's another one. So that was the Thursday action to get through it, and then Friday continuation. So there's XLY. And utilities. I don't think utilities have a hope, but let's take a look how close they are. Yeah, well, they're getting closer, getting closer. Materials, XLB materials. Getting closer, still below. Now we know the communications and technology have been above the 200-day moving average for a long, long time. There's that rising 200-day moving average, but still above it. And of course, XLK also. So as we speak, we've got five, five of the nine now are above the 200-day moving average. Whereas, 2 weeks ago, even maybe a week ago, we could have only said two, maybe three, if you can, if energy was sort of flirting. Okay, guys, let's take a look now. See if anything else is sneaking in here. Again, somebody asked about Krev. I mean, it's completely on your own. I'm almost for sure not touching. So MLTX, yeah. So MLTX. I don't know if I mentioned. I'm sorry. I don't know if I mentioned MLTX. MLTX is also gapped down a lot. It's not an earnings play. Falls. Yeah, I did not mention this one. It's on my list. After mid-stage data for lead asset, obviously disappointed. So that's a big drop, 29%. Swiss company, MLTX. Actually, I think I did mention this one. I'm seeing a lot of stocks that look like this. That's right, with big bottoming tails, even like earnings plays, big bottoming tails, and then big, massive pops. That's a $3 move coming back down again. You know what? I think if you do this, Otto, if you went to Windows, because I thought I added it, I thought I added the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. If you click on Windows and show all, see if that and see if it does pop up. I may have minimized them. Okay. But if not, I do have them here. But I could have sworn I added them to that layout, but I just minimized them. So if you click on the show all, it's possible that they'll pop up. But if you go to my homepage, okay, if you do go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then where you see, scroll down a little bit where you see my scans, click here, and here they are. Here are the two pre-market actives up and down. Okay. At the end of the day, I will check my that layout. It's just a hassle for me to load it now because some of my windows will disappear. Show all work, good, thank you. Okay, I thought it was there. So anybody with so I am sharing this link. Okay, basically what you see here. Okay, what you see here. you The Brokers Plus window probably doesn't occur. I'll show you how you can load that, but everything else should be fine. The only thing I forgot to do, as I said earlier, is that in the AI strategy trades, I forgot to take the sound alert off. So if you hear hallelujah, you know that there's an AI trade coming in. Okay. It is the same. It all worked. Okay. I think the last time it did not work. Okay, good. It didn't copy some for some reason. Oh, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I'm not, I mean, maybe we should be keeping an eye on DraftKings, guys. That had such a tremendous day on Friday. It was an earnings play on Friday, DKNG. Let's see if it has a big second day continuation off earnings. Okay. There's DraftKings. I mean, it's still up. Yeah, it's up 44 cents, 1.3%, right at Friday's high, I believe. 34.21 is Friday's high. What did it get to this morning? got it to 34.21, 29. If it can take out Friday's high, the next, if I were going to do this one, I would maybe wait to see if it could take out 34, excuse me, 34.49. Why? Because if you look left on the weekly chart, that appears to be the next high. So I'm just going to stick an alert right about there. So maybe 34.54. See if it can clear that high over here on the weekly chart. That's the July 31st week of July 31st. Yeah, there are only the only thing, and I struggle to know if I should do this. So when you load my layout that I've shared, you will have these are docked. Everything else is free floating. Meanwhile, I think I'm here. AUMN. Oh man, remember this one, guys? You're in the room. Remember this? Straight up from 63 cents to 245, and straight down, and now right back from whence it came. And they're doing. You got to wonder why these guys are doing this. They're doing an offering, 4.2 million. They're raising 4.2 million shares. Poor management, guys. Not to be able to take advantage of this run that it had over here. Now they're doing it way down here. Poor management, to say the least. Hey, guys, just give me one moment, please. Yeah, I didn't combine them. I just use this. It's not really necessary, the gap up and gap down. Okay, this is really all you need. The pre-market act is up and down. This just gives you a bit of a sound alert when something hits a new high. But really, I don't know why I really have this still. I really only just look at this. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay, how to get the support resistance bar? What what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're not talking about these orange bars here, Raghu, on my chart here? You mean weekly, daily, 15 minutes? Is that what you mean? I mean, it's a 15-minute chart. Okay, well, that's okay. So answer the first question. That's a weekly chart. That's a daily chart. That's a 15-minute chart. Or 15-minute chart. Okay. You'd have to be a little more explicit when you say you see a green bar, Raghu. If you're talking about a price, are you talking about a price alert? My candle bar. I don't see. Okay, for instance, I'm on AUMN. Okay, beside my candle bar. Here's a candle bar. 1 minute, guys. Yeah, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically do not trade in the first 15. And because we're in the first day of the test drive, I'm not 100% sure how much trading I'll actually do today. If you're part of the test drive, you can ask me questions all day long. I don't know what you mean, Raghu. Beside the candle bar, there's a candle bar right there. Do not see a green line. I mean, I'm just picking any one of them. Sorry, I don't know what you mean. Oh, I see this. Okay, I'm sorry. That's a gradient. It's just if you took the trade right here, okay, they're suggesting you put a stop here, and then way up here will just be double the difference between your entry price and your your entry price and your stop, okay? It's just double this difference. You can't see it quite like that because I don't have the enough screen space on this on the 15-minute chart, but that's all it is. Okay, guys, we're now open. So again, if HOLI took this trade right here at 21.39, their suggestion the stop is there. And if I subtracted 21.39 from this stop price and doubled it, that would give me this green bar up here, okay? It's just a guide. That's all it is. All right, CFLT guys, CFLT. It is. I guess I had a price alert set for the high of Friday. Okay, so again, my advice, if you're new to trading, sit out the first 15 minutes at least. Okay, there's too many things that just go up and down. Look at DraftKings. As an example, DKNG. Look, I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to 34.38, came all the way back down to 33.75. I mean, it's just, direction unknown right now. However, SPY candle on the 15-minute chart as we speak is green. MLTX, again, look at these, bottoming tails, topping tails. Price is sort of chopping around a bit. You're new to trading, I would just sit out at least the first 15 minutes of the day. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I mean, I do it. And so what you're seeing here, this particular scan here, it's called MOMO. It's a momentum scan, looking for stocks with big volume pops. You can see more MOR, big volume pop right there. And you'll start to see some stocks come in here in about 15 minutes or so, maybe half an hour, abnormal option activity. And if you have the AI, you have my layout, you just wait for the alerts to happen here, okay? And that's all they are. They're alerts. Doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately when you see it. And there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no adjustments. Bumble is going to have earnings after hours tomorrow. BMBL, basically a lifetime high now. BMBL, basically a lifetime high. Is there a problem with the main room? Oh, you mean the problem I had Friday afternoon? No, it's been fixed. Is that your question, GD? Is Flow Checker not active anymore? Let's take a look. I don't use Flow Checker anymore, but listen, I do have it still as a. Well, you see the announcement. I guess it's no longer available. No longer available. Yeah. I mean, you see exactly what they say. So let's goodbye to them. Um, well, I don't know. I mean, we have people in the room. We have people in the room, GD. So, however, just give me a moment. No, we have, seems like everything is okay. All right, guys. So AMC, listen, AMC's have been on a nice run from 9 to 11 here. Uh, and I put a price alert on this one. I think the next high is 1170. So, I mean, AMC's been on a nice little run from this 9 level. But right there is the key level. I mean, look, if it can take out 1170 and it's got some room. Well, of course, I use ours, obviously, but if I think there's a discrepancy, then I'm gonna use, this one right here, dilution tracker, okay? All right, CAUD, COD, CAUD. I got up to, this is another, yeah, this is a SPAC or turned into this, 954 high. Okay, LICY on the move a bit here, guys, LICY. So what do we see when we look like there's DraftKings that has come right back up. Okay, but again, just be careful on it. I mean, look at this big bottoming tail. I mean, the sellers were knocking it down. But this could easily be a second day continuation after earnings. Big, big, big earnings result on Friday. The reaction to earnings was huge. And it is one of those that, I mean, it's basically for the whole day, it just kept moving higher and higher. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching a few things that I have on my thumbnail charts. CVM, why do I have an alert for CVM? To take out that 200-day moving average, I guess. Yeah, the next high though, I mean 231 on the weekly chart, too close. Ooh, good one, William, good one. So I did see FUTU in the pre-market. Yeah, well, I didn't mention it, but anyway, another China stock. Before you trade China, though, take a look at KWEB. If you're going to trade a China stock, take a look at KWEB. This is the China ETF. See what it's doing. So if you're going to trade FUTU, you're going against what the overall China market's doing. So I'd be very careful if I wanted to trade FUTU. Okay, so this HGV, Hilton something or other, Hilton Grand Vacations. So the volume is picked up now. This is an earnings play. But again, it is early, guys. It's early. Topping tails, bottoming tails. And as you can see, now there is the earliest that you'll get an alert from our AI, the earliest would be 9:40. Okay, and that's just by design. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40, obviously, but that's the earliest that an alert will come in. Remember, I was just mentioning FRPT on the move higher, and then look at this. This drops. So just be careful in the first 15 minutes, at least first 15. I might even, if I were new, I'd probably sit out the first 30. Yeah, you know what? You're going to miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning, but you know, if you can kind of guess which ones. Okay, there we go. So there is our first AI alert. Now again, how you trade these will be up to you, but you have an entry. You don't have to get right in at the entry. You can. I never do that. If I trade anything, be it AI or anything from my scans, I always click on the alert. Okay, click on the alert. I want to see what's happening on the chart. There is a stop price. So if I were going to take this ALKT, that would be my stop. But again, it's too early for me. I won't take a trade in the first 15. You guys, just give me a moment. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there is DraftKings. Yeah, look, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, can you not see how tough it is to trade in the first 15 minutes for a lot of stocks? I mean, look at this. I mean, remember, this popped up, and it came down, then it looked like it was finally going to start moving up again, and then it just, gave it up again. So best just to wait it out at least 15 minutes, at least. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, what I don't know the filters that are in place on any of the AI alerts. It's a breakout long. That's all I can. I mean, I know it's a breakout long. Okay, so other than that, I really can't tell you. I mean, you know me, I would not take this anyway, and unless it broke out over 21, 24. Well, yeah, candlestick patterns. I mean, all I can direct you to, AMS is here. If you right click, say on an alert window, and click on configure, then search, and in the category, we have candle patterns. This is what we've got. Okay, this is what we've got. If what you're looking for is not here, then we don't have it. Okay. Now you're talking about head and shoulders and all. I think that's in the geometric. Now, okay, here's in the geometric. So again, if you right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then click on search. And then here up here is the category section, and it's a drop down. So geometric is what you were looking for, I guess. Okay, and here they are. Now, have I ever used these? No. I just find that trying to recognize patterns like this very, very difficult. Not It's not my style of trading anyway, but you can try, but there they are. hmm So Kevin, if you see it says filter on mine, if you can see mine, and it says none, yours probably says profitable trades or something like that. Okay. So you want to see them all, just go to that filter section. This is a drop down. Okay. And uncheck whatever is checked. So the filter says none. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So again, anybody who's in the test drive or has our AI and you're wondering, well, why don't I see all of the alerts? More than likely because there's a filter here, and the default might be profitable trades. I'm not sure. But if you uncheck that and have that say none, then you'll see all the trades. Okay. So I can see what would happen here with the ALKT. I mean, it's basically flat, but so you're seeing it now as a profitable trade at these two because they're up just barely up. But the minute if that went negative, then that would disappear. So if you want to see them, and the thing is, we don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. I would say maybe usually a maximum of 10. Okay, guys. So now we're getting a bit of a red candle on the SPY. I don't think we're going to have the unbelievable follow up that we had, or follow through that we had on Thursday and Friday. Okay, now guys, HGV is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now I'm sharing a lot of, what, I probably should do this right now. Anybody who's new, I just want to show you. If you go to my homepage, usually do this around 10:30 Eastern time, of course. But I'll do this right now because you'll hear me refer to some scans that you can't see. I don't want to overload the window that I'm sharing with, all like other scans. It's not that I don't want, I'm not hiding them. I'm not trying to not give them to you. But so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. And if you scroll down a little bit to the scan section, so these are the scans that I'm sharing. Now, I've already shared the layout, the link layout, but if you didn't want my layout, maybe, the reason I do it like this is, some people just want to pick and choose what they want. They don't want an entire layout. So for instance, here is the momentum Momo right there. Here is Here's the abnormal option activity. There's nothing happening yet, but there will be. There will be alerts in here. And then this one over here, okay? The 10-day daily breakout and down. These are right here, okay? These are these two right here, the 10-day daily breakout and down and the option activity. Those are my two favorite scans. Now that's for my style of trading, of course. Well, that's where see the HGV, and the first alert was at 33.75. And then you can see since then, this is DR stands for the don't repeat. So you can see why I do it like that. I like to say, okay, where was the first alert for the symbol and what time? And then I can kind of click on this and say, okay, what did it do from there? This is the repeating version. So again, these are all scans that you can have from me. So this HGV, I do like it. So I'm what you call a momentum trader. I am okay. Shoot. I'm what you call a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the low and or near the high of the day. Okay, that's not necessarily what everybody likes to do. Some people like to do that I get is either in where on this one, it's going to be at the high of the day. Okay, it doesn't mean I just take the trade immediately, but then what I do is okay, here's a stock at the high of the day. Then I start looking left and I say, okay, if I took this trade right now, where is the next high looking left on the daily chart? And if I can't see that on a daily chart, in other words, if see if I can find an example. Yeah, not really. But what if OGI were right up here, 204, okay, up in this area, and I look left and every price on the chart is below that. Then I look left on the weekly to see where's the next high. Because my thought process is this: if I took the trade, where could it go until it hit that next high? And that might be a resistance area. So if that were far enough away, and I just look at the sort of the math of it all, if it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate for me to trade. Okay. That's my style though. And of course, if I want to short something, I'm just doing the opposite. I'm looking left again to see where the next low is. So for instance, with the W, I can't, I'd have to, if I wanted to short this right now, this is a good example. If I wanted to short this right now, I'm looking left on the daily, I can't see anything. I can't see where support could be. I look left on the weekly, I still can't see anything. Now I could obviously just kind of scroll out and then I see the next low looking left is 31.95. It's $2 away. That would be close enough or good enough for me to take this trade. I don't like the way it's chopping around, so I'm going to wait and see if it settles down a little bit and then see if I want to take this short. So that's kind of, that's my thought process. But you can still, there's the ALK. Okay, guys, there you go. There's the ALKT from our AI. Not doing too badly. There's the next high looking left, 21.24. So it's right there, and I just took it out. Now, as I said, I probably won't trade very much on the first day just because I will try to concentrate on asking questions, and that's absolutely fine. But you can also if you're an intraday trader, your first job is really to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally in terms of volume, option volume, you'll see once we start getting some stocks in here, because you don't want to trade something that's not abnormal, in terms of its volume, and you don't want to get stuck in something that doesn't move. So this is trading abnormally, ALKT, 14 times what that 14.29 means. That means it's trading up to this time of day, 9:55 p.m. Eastern time. It's trading 14 times what it has normally done on average over the last 10 days. Okay. That is, it's not quite the definition, but it's good enough. What's the best way to show all the TI windows when switching between TI and Chrome? I, hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. I that is more of a Windows question, isn't it? Because is there a tab that allows you to click on something and then you're in your browser and then click on something else? I'm not sure Trade Ideas has that. You can do that. So I'm not sure. Because what you're saying is now okay, you have nothing. If you went to Chrome, you just have your entire browser. Now, how to get back to Trade Ideas, right? I mean, I don't know if this is easy or not, is if this is easy, but down here, of course, I've got all my symbols, all my programs that I want quick access to. So here, if I hovered over that, I don't know if that's easy though. Is the Alt tab do it? Okay, there you go. So Alt tab allows you to do that. So obviously, guys, yeah, so that was a good one. I mean, that's a good one from our AI, 2085, 2170. There's almost a dollar move. And you see, I would not have personally, see, for me, I would not have taken this until it took out this 21, 24. It would have been pretty good to get up to almost 22. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. So this one, this ALKT, I mean, yeah, now when you look left, I mean, there's hardly any resistance near term anyway. Let me click on that again. I want to see so 48 million in the float. So it's not a low float, not high. Had earnings on the first. Here was your reaction on. I mean, look at the day it had earnings. Now, it was post-market on the first, so the reaction was on the second. So, but look how choppy that was. I mean, it got all the way up to 21.26. It was all the way down to 17.96. I mean, it was very, very whippy. So it could still be extremely whippy right now. There's another one that just showed up. More MOR. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't even realize this. So this HGV showed up in the AI and in my daily breakdown. This is an earnings play, guys. This TGLS is an earnings play, I believe. Pretty choppy to start, though. I mean, it was an up and down, up and down, up and down. Well, the AI alert is available. Oh, first of all, I should do this too. So we're just starting our test drive, guys. So let me just put this test drive link in. Okay, there's still time. You can still sign up for the test drive all the way till Friday. Oh, if you're part of the test drive, yeah, this window is open. If you're a premium subscriber, of course, you have access to this. And if you're part of the test drive, you have access to that window. Okay. All right. So my spy chart. Okay. So basically, with our charts, there are in essence two options. Okay. If I right click on the chart, and go down to where it says properties, this box will pop up, and then there is symbol linking. Symbol linking is either checked or it's not checked. Now, link to all should be the default. That shouldn't be an issue. It should be checked. Okay, link to all should be checked. That little box pops up also. But the big one here is just symbol linking. So if it's checked or unchecked. So it's unchecked here, but it is checked in all three of these timeframes. So when I do click on an alert, that's why these three change, whereas this one doesn't, because this is unchecked. Okay. Okay. All right, are you Michael D, are you part of the test drive? Oh, okay. So here it is. If you click on, hopefully you're using our downloadable application. You're not using our web-based version. If you are, I mean, I can show you where it is, but if you're using our downloadable application, just click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. Oh, good. Okay. So again, from our toolbar, so anybody, I'm sharing my layout, okay? So this would be in the layout, but if you don't want my layout and you just want to have access to this, then just click on new, this meaning our AI, click on new from our toolbar, scroll down until you see premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, that one right in between I know there are three of them, but the middle one, and this window will show up, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts. Excuse me. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. The downloadable application is not available if you have a Mac. The is only you can. I mean, we have our web-based version, of course, which is available. Um, but if you're willing to use something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, or an emulation program like Parallels, you can then use the program as the downloadable program. Otherwise, you can't. So somebody's asking about simulation trading. Again, this window is called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window. To load it, you just click on New and click on Brokerage Plus. Okay. Now here this window will show up. You might have different headings, column headings. Okay. And this is, Danny K. This is all to do with paper trading. And again, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, this is not available. Okay, so if you're using our downloadable application with a toolbar that looks like this, then this is available. You click on New, Brokerage Plus, this window will show up. It'll probably say not connected. Okay, if it says not connected, and underneath Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says live, one says simulation, paper trading. Click on sim. That not connected will change to simulation. I didn't click it hard enough. Hmm. There we go. Okay, good. So there is a simulator. Okay. And now, if it doesn't say simulator, if it says account, click on it again, and simulated trading default should pop up. Click on that, and then it'll say simulator. Just let me do one thing here, guys. Okay. So now you're in our simulator. Okay, this is a general statement here. If you can use our downloadable application, it's better than the web-based version. There's nothing wrong with the web-based version, but there's no question I mean, there's just it's easier to use. Our downloadable application is easier to use. You can move windows around. If you have multiple monitors, you can move them around easily. You have access to the simulator, things like that, and more charts available. I mean, the web-based version, I mean, it's okay, but definitely if you're wondering, well, what would be better to use, definitely use the downloadable application. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in our guide, you can. I mean, listen, everything I'm saying is in our user guide. Okay, I'll just demonstrate though how you can use the simulator, and our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so if you want to practice trading, and so in other words, you don't need a broker. You don't need a broker. If you're still, trying to figure out who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, obviously, if you're part of this test drive, you've got access to this. If you become a subscriber later on, all you need is our standard service, and then you have access to the simulator. And it's as easy as this. You just click on an alert. I just clicked on LICY. LICY shows up. This I can click on quantity. I can pick from these quantities that we've got here, or I can of course put in whatever number of shares I want. Here's your bid ask. So let's take a trade just to show you, not that I want to take this trade, but let's take Bumble. Okay, take Bumble. Take 100 shares of Bumble. Bid ask is it's only the difference is a penny, so I click the buy button and then send, and now I'm in the trade. Okay, so here we are. That's how easy it is, how fast it is. There's your entry price. There's my last price. This is telling me, you know, now I want to see if this is working. I might have to reload Brokerage Plus because it's max P&L. I want to see if this is going to work. Excuse me. Yeah, this is not. So I'm apologize for this. I'm going to have to reload this because it's not updating correctly. It'll do it now. It's not even doing it now. This Max PNL. Oh, okay. No, okay. There was no Max PNL because it never got above the. Okay, it might have been working. I'll explain this. Okay, don't. What I'm going to do right now, don't worry about it. Okay, it's just something I have to do, but don't even want. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. Now, if I want to get out of this trade right now, okay. So if say I was in a series of trades, if I wanted to get out of a trade right now, all I have to do is highlight the trade and then I can flatten it. Flatten means, get me out. Or I could get her to half my position or I could double my position. I mean, people ask about hotkeys. These are some very, very basic hotkeys that we have. Yeah. So with a Mac, there's no linking at all. Okay. Unfortunately, with a Mac, there was no linking at all. So Raj, okay. You can only link if you're using our downloadable application. So linking is like this, okay? Just to tell you what linking is all about. So this window, actually, this big blue window, we call this Brokerage Plus, and you can actually use it to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have one of the three following accounts: Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and I guess now we've added Alpaca. I think Alpaca, probably a lot of you don't know what Alpaca is, but we have added that one. So if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Any other account you cannot use to trade use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But please listen carefully. It doesn't mean if we're a scanner, that's what we do. That's what we are. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. We just happen to have this feature that if you have one of those three brokers, how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. But it's not mandatory that you have one of those three brokers. Okay. We do have a tool that we call external linking. And what external linking does is it, with most brokers, we can link to them, meaning that it's just a big time saver. So when I click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform. Okay, that's what it does. Click on an alert and it'll load into your broker's platform. And then from there, you trade. From within your broker's platform, you will trade. So if you're like me, who is somebody who is clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it would be a pain if I had to type DBGI into the order entry. Okay, and then NSSC into the order entry. So the link just automatically puts it there. Now I have interactive brokers, but I don't use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. First of all, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth. Am I in a simulator or am I trading my live account? No way would I do that. Okay, so just to let you know. So I don't know what SL and TP is. What do you mean SL and TP, Suni? Oh, stop loss and take profit. Okay. Um, well, if I take this trade right here, if I take this trade right here, you know what? I may as well just go over this right now because we've got a lot of probably new people in the room. So the first thing about trading really is all about money management. Okay, really, you have to have first of all, you have to have a reason to take a trade. It can't just be, "Ah, I think I'll take this trade," or I heard somebody say this might be a good one to take. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. So the way I trade is I'll have a series of things that have to be checked before I'll take a trade. If I cannot check every box, I won't take the trade. Now, a lot of the things that are necessary for me to take a trade are already covered in the scans that I create. In other words, I'm not going to see a trade. I'm not going to see something outside of a price range I like. Doesn't have a minimum volume that I like. Maybe a minimum relative volume that I like, because they're all covered in the scan. So the next step then for me is to click on the alert. Then I check to see what the pattern is. I check to see if I want to take this long, as I've said before. I look left to see, okay, if I took this trade long, where is the next high on the daily chart where it could stall, or on the weekly chart where it could stall? If it's too close, in my opinion, then I won't take the trade. What's the market doing? I'm looking at something that is, a little bit more tied to what the market is doing. If I wanted to trade Apple, okay, and the market is making red bar, like moving down, I probably wouldn't trade Apple, because Apple is obviously a big influencer in the market, or influences the market. So why would I do that? Okay. I don't know, Raj, if we are, I'm just going to, TD Ameritrade. I have no idea. TD Ameritrade. The question really is this. I mean, first of all, with the Mac and connecting, I have no idea if that's ever going to be available. Okay. I mean, it's right now using a Mac or using our web-based version, we cannot do links. We cannot do external linking. Okay, it's that simple. If it's I don't know whether it's being worked on or not. I really don't know. And as far as TD Ameritrade being available, even if you're using the downloadable application and wanting to trade from within, TD Ameritrade, it's not that we don't want to have, we would love to have every single broker, but they don't care whether we can link with them. Okay, brokers don't care whether we can link with them or not. And TD Ameritrade is a real problem with their API. So we tried a long time ago and it didn't work. So my guess is that no. Okay, so taking a trade then becomes, and I'm sizing all this up fairly quickly. That's why when you're new to trading, you're going to have to practice trading first. Okay. Trade Ideas is a wonderful program. It's a scanner, but as it's called, Trade Ideas, that's what they are. That doesn't mean, every time I get an alert, I just automatically take the trade. It's an idea, and then I check to see whether or not I want to take the trade. So I'm going to get out of this trade because I'd rather demonstrate something right from the beginning. So I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay. Oops, I hit it twice. I might put myself into a short. Ah, okay. I'm out of the trade. Let me do another one just to show you what I'm talking about. Say I wanted to take, wow, look at this LIFW. Wow. See, there's news on this one, this LIFW. I don't see any specific news on this. Hmm, interesting. I'm looking for one that is not quite as crazy. and relatively cheap, just to demonstrate okay, DBGI. Let's take a look at this one, DBGI. Wow. Another one that just, I mean, look at this. I mean, look, got up to 7, right back down to 5. But let's say you wanted to take this trade. Okay. Again, I'm just going to, let's say you wanted to take this trade, it pulled back a lot, and you thought, man, I mean, look what it did. It got up to 7. Maybe the pullback's over. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy, send. Because let's pretend that it met all my requirements. Now, so this is what you're talking about, a stop loss. So my entry was at 514. I'm going to add the stop. You're going to see on my chart about approximately minus 100 is going to appear. So first of all, let me back up. So when I look at it, when I get an alert, so I'm starting to look. Okay, is this a candidate for me to trade? Okay. When I look left, is there enough room? But remember, just because you think a trade is going to work doesn't mean it's going to work. All right. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. That's the stop. Now, that is probably, as a new trader, one of the most difficult things to wrap your head around, because you might say, well, where am I going to put that? Like, what is going to be that price when if it's not working, then I'm going to get out of the trade. And this is where, experience is, there's no substitute for experience. I mean, what I do is I will maybe size up a 15-minute chart, and I'll look to see where I think there's a lot of what I call support, a lot of price action at a certain price, so that if it went through that price, I want to be out of the trade. If it went through that support area. If I were starting out, though, maybe what I would do, because again, that is, that's what I see on a chart. Somebody else might look at that and go, I don't see that as a support area. But so what I would do as practice is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. Now I'm using 15-minute candles, but you could have a 5-minute chart up if you wanted. Maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, because that is a defined number. Okay. There's no guesswork. That is a defined number. Okay. So if you get into, so this is why I did this one. Okay. I put the stuff. So let's again pretend that I really like this one, DBGI. And I looked and I saw that there was some support, we'll call it, at 494. I'm doing all this just to try to make the math super simple. Okay. Because I put the support 20 cents away. But again, for me to have taken that trade, I would have had to been able to look left. And if I'm going to risk 20 cents on the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. In other words, I'll risk 20 cents to make 40 cents. I'm not going to risk, if excuse me. So for instance, if I looked left, if I took this trade if I was thinking about taking this trade at 514, and I looked and I said, well, okay, if it didn't work, I would have to get out at 494. Then my next step is, okay, I look left. Where could it go before it hit the next high? If that next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 5 cents. But if the next high was more than 40 cents away, then it becomes a big candidate for me to take the trade. That's my style of trading. Okay. But I think that most people would agree that you don't want to risk, you don't want to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Now, a lot of people will say, well, if you're going to your risk reward should be 3-1. Okay. And that's fine. Whatever your plan is. In other words, risking 20 cents, have a reasonable expectation to make 60 cents, 3-1. Okay. But that's why you've got to practice trading. So once all that is clear, you take the trade. But how many shares are you going to take? Now, a target, you can put a target. Okay. Obviously, I mean, if I could, I don't put targets ever, but I could add a target order, and I would put it, in this case, okay, I'll put it 40 cents away from my entry. So 54 cents. 554, sorry. Okay, get at it, and you'll see a line on the chart at approximately 200. So see, risking 100 to make 200. Okay. Now, how did those numbers appear? Why minus approximately 100? Why approximately 200? The next step in all of this, and again, if you're new to trading, you're probably listening, my goodness, this is so difficult. Well, trading is not easy, but these are some very basic money management steps that you have to get set in your head before you start to trade. Because the next step is, okay, well, let's say I looked and I thought, yeah, this looks good. I have enough. I'm going to risk 20 cents on this trade. I have a reasonable expectation of making 40. And so, yes, I want to take this trade. Well, how many shares are you going to take now? Well, let's say you're starting off with a $5,000 account. I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade with a $5,000 account. So what I like to demonstrate in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Because again, if my entry is 514 and my stop is 20 cents away at 494, that's 20 cents. If I'm risking if I want to risk $100 in the trade, in other words, if I allow it to get down to my stop price, I don't want to lose more than $100. Well, if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times a 20-cent loss equals $100. So the number of shares that I take per trade, it's not a fixed number. It's always going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So in other words, I don't have a 20-cent stop every trade. Some trades it could be 10 cents, some trades it could be 50 cents. It all depends on, the price of the trade and all that. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and with the amount that you're willing to risk each trade, because that's the other thing that I do, excuse me, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, $20 the next. I try to risk about the same amount every single trade. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You say with your risk amount, the $100, say, or whatever that number is going to be, and then you just have to enter in your entry price and your stop, and then it'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take. And within reason, don't get crazy. Don't get worried. I mean, oh man, it's supposed to take 490 shares. And now based on everything, I should only take 480 shares, like, within reason. So that's how, so the question is, can you put a stop loss and a price target? Sure. Do I have any, well, yeah, thank you, Sean. I mean, listen, all I went over, if you're new to trading, you really have to have money management skills. The thing about this is that commissions are so cheap now. Used to be in the old days, and I've traded for a number of years. In the old days, where commissions could be easily two, three, $400 each way, depending on how many shares you're buying and the price of the security. So to get in and out of a trade, man, oh man, I mean, it was tough because commissions could just absolutely eat you alive. Commissions are so cheap now that it's not a reason to not get out of a trade because, wow, I don't want to pay the commission. Okay. Other way to think of it is that you get into a trade, you get stopped out. It may come back to the kind of the original area, and you may be able to get into the trade again. There could be a lot of reasons why it didn't work the first time. Maybe the market went against you. Maybe all of a sudden some number came out, a financial number, or something happened in the market and the market just started to tank and it got you out of your trade. You can't predict that. You don't know. I mean, when you got into the trade, everything looked pretty good, but you just don't know. Could be other reasons. Maybe some big seller just decided right after you get into the trade, for whatever reason, I want to get out of my position, and ruins the trade for you. Okay. So There's all sorts of reasons why a trade won't work, but you have to have the discipline to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, one of the things I talk about also is that you might listen to me, and in the simulator, you're perfectly willing to obey your stop because, hey, it's only play money, right? Who cares? So you obey your stop, and you've been practicing for several months. And yes, it can take several months. People say, well, how long is it going to take me before I, can make money in the market? Everybody is different. I mean, it's an impossible question to answer. But let's just say you've been practicing in a simulator for several months and now you're making money in a simulator. First of all, forget about trying to make money if you can't make money in a simulator when there's no pressure, there's no emotions involved, you get stopped out, oh well, it's only play money. When you start trading for real, sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop, because you've convinced yourself, that, wow, this is a great trade. There's even news, good news. News is not a reason I take a trade. It can be a bonus, but it's not one of the factors for my taking a trade. So all of a sudden you get into the trade and it starts to drift down towards your stop and you say, come on, it's going to come back. And so that manageable $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That is scenario number one. And again, I know I'm probably boring people to death. I've been in the room forever, but if you're new, this is almost as bad. You don't obey your stop. You're down $500, and now it does start to come back. And whoa, look at this! I'm up two, three, $400, and you really congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. You sort of say to yourself, "See, I know it would come back." Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my experience, if you want to last doing this and have proper money management techniques, just obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade. Nothing worse than, seeing a position that you could have had a manageable loss turn into a horrendous loss. Nothing worse. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, so again, a blanket question or answer, guys. If you're using our web-based version, you cannot use the simulator. It is not available with the web-based version. Okay. You have to be using our downloadable application. And if you're using a Mac, I mean, the only reason you're using the web-based version, you're either on a tablet or you have a Mac. Okay, that's the only reason, right? And yeah, so and as Otto was saying, we have a lot of people who have Macs. I mean, I understand. I'm not a Mac person, but that's fine. We have a lot of people who use Macs and people at Trade Ideas who use Macs. And but they'll use an emulation program like Parallels. Okay. I understand it's not ideal, but to take full advantage of our program, you should try to use our downloadable application. Now, listen, if you don't care about practicing trading, our web-based version is fine. And guys, look at this HGV now. Look at this HGV right now. So from the only stock from the 10-day daily breakdown. You know what? I better go over our trade ideas again. We've got a lot of new people, and if you're part of the test drive, again, feel free to ask me questions all the time. Don't worry that you're interrupting me. So this is what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. Okay, so this is an example of a scan. This momentum scan is an example of a scan. So what do I mean by a scan? If I right click, configure, and I click on summary, So there are a lot of screening programs that you can find out there that you can buy. A lot of screening programs. We of course have screening capability. What do I mean by screeners? Well, you can see these icons right now are our screeners. We call them filters, okay? So in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and $100 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:35 p.m. a.m. Eastern time. The minimum volume is 100,000 shares. This is the momentum aspect of this scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal, and it's up at least 2% from the previous close, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is what TradeIt is fabulous at doing, real-time alerts. Okay. So you can see, just give me a moment here. I just want to close this down because so that was a lot. Wow, look at this Life W. Holy smokes. You talk about a great alert. So the Life W keeps making new highs at 1036, another new high, 895. These are all real-time alerts. Okay, real-time alerts. Okay, and they met all of these filter values. Every time it made a new high, it met all of these filter values. Unbelievable. I mean, really, truly unbelievable. So that is what TradeIt is really good about doing, okay? Real-time alerts. Now, if you looked at this and you thought, wow, I like this one, but man, I don't like that price range. That's okay. You can always change it. You left click on this icon. You'll see that all of the values, the filter values that I'm using will appear. So for instance, here's the price right there, price 1 and 100. So if I change that to 10 and 100, see, here's a summary, 10 and 100. Everything else is the same. Yeah, of course, you can, when you get used to using trade ideas, you might find a filter that you like, you want to add. Maybe you take one of these out, you don't care about it. Maybe you want a different alert. I'll explain that. Maybe you don't want it necessarily a new high for the day. How about a new 5-minute high or a new 15-minute high? So again, you would just say, okay, and now you have basically taken this and adjusted it to your style of trading. Well, um, Life W appeared on 2 scans. It appeared on my 10-day daily breakout right here at 9:30. I'm sorry, Life W at 10:03 at 4:45. That was the price. I mean, pretty awesome. Double that. And I don't know what the first alert was on the momentum scan. I'd have to scroll back. I'd have to probably scroll all the way back. See if I can find it. I see the Lycy, Lycy. Let's see, just scrolling a little bit, keep scrolling. Let's see if I can find Life W the first time. I don't, here we go. So Life W on the momentum scan showed up at the first time, 956 at 380. You could have waited for a little more confirmation. This is the 10-day daily breakout, 445, and it still got up to 9 something. So you would have seen this in my scans in 2 different locations. Okay. So again, if you like my scans just as they are, great. You can keep them just like they are, or you can adjust them to a different. You can add a filter, subtract a filter, change that price range, change the minimum volume if you want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And look at this market, guys. We're in a nice little positive move again. So if I right click this time and click on configure, and instead of clicking on summary, I click on search. So this is also good Or if you're wondering, well, what does Trade Ideas have for RSI? Okay. Well, click RSI in the search terms and you'll see exactly what we've got. We've got the 1 minute RSI, 2, 5, 15, 16, the daily. Now, if you're looking at this and going, oh man, but I like those, but I'd like the 20. We don't have it. Okay. We don't have the 20-minute RSI and we can't manufacture it for you. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they tried to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan, to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So if you don't see it here, I'm sorry, we just don't have it. But that leads me to the next configure and then click on that search. So here are all the real-time alerts that we have, starting off with the top two most popular ones, a new high of the day and a new low of the day. Obviously am not going to go over all of these. We have a lot, and you don't have to learn them all. If you're looking at this thinking, oh man, this is such an impossibly hard program to learn, because how am I going to learn all these alerts? You don't have to. Understand that, we have to have a lot of them because all sorts of different trading styles out there. But, if you wanted a new 5-minute high, let's just type in 5 as an example. So here's a new 5-minute high, 5-minute low. Okay. If you didn't want necessarily a new high of the day, but a new 5-minute high, a new 5-minute low, we have 10-minute, 15, things like that. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many of these we've got. And then if I keep scrolling down, and when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Probably the absolute majority of these, most people won't even look at. You don't need, but we have a lot of them because, again, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we're trying to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to, create a scan. So again, please don't get hung up on how many we've got. My layout, yes. Somebody are asking for my layout. Sure. So this is the layout that I am sharing. Okay. This is in essence what you see on your screen. Okay. That's the test drive layout. And I'm told that the Brokerage Plus window does load, so that's good. And I'm leaving this in on purpose, and I want to explain something here. I'm going to explain something. Just give me a moment. And you will have access to this. And unfortunately or fortunately, if you hear hallelujah, I forgot to take the sound alert off the strategy trades window. Okay. So if you hear hallelujah, this means that there's an AI alert that came in. Okay. Now, let me go over my homepage. Now, before I do that, though, this is what I wanted to do a while back. So you're going to hear me refer to the test drive. So we are in this test drive now, okay? And I'm going to put this test drive link in. I'm going to explain what it's all about, and you still have time to sign up for it. Oh, if you click on this test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So you will get the balance of today plus 9 full trading days. Okay. It will cost you $11.11, and you'll have access to our premium service. Okay. And so what you see, you have access to the AI, what we call our AI, Holly. It's a nickname, Holly, but you'll have access just as if you're a full premium subscriber. Okay. It'll cost you $11.11. And so again, if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. It ends on the 20th. So anybody who is, took advantage and signed up last week and starting today, they'll get the 10 full days. You can still sign up tomorrow. You can sign up all the way till Friday. But it's not that you'll get 10 trading days from whenever you sign up. So again, if you sign up tomorrow, if you can't, for whatever reason, you can't do it today at all, you'll get 9 days. You sign up on Wednesday, you'll get 8 days. Okay. Just want to, be crystal clear about that. When the test drive, and if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to have access to our AI and the other, other things that are involved with premium, but this is the main reason people want to take a look at our AI, then you can also do it. It'll cost you $11.11 also. Okay. Now, please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. There is nothing for you to do. There is nothing for you to unsubscribe from. Okay. We do not automatically put you into any sort of a subscription. We are not that sort of a company. Okay. If you want to take out a subscription, of course, there'll be a nice promo code. Probably next week at some point, there'll probably be a promo code to sign up if you want to take out a subscription. But so please don't worry and don't like there's no point. Don't contact our support people. Say, okay, the test drive is over. Please unsubscribe me and let me know when you've done that. Okay. It's not necessary. When it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Now we only do this. Well, it looks like only about 3 times a year. So this is a great opportunity to try us out. Now, I should manage everybody's expectations taking the test drive. You will not be an expert in trade ideas after 10 days. Okay. You should have hopefully a good idea about what trade ideas is all about. And if you're new to trading, then you've got sort of a twofold challenge. I mean, some people are experienced traders and wanting to try trade ideas out to see if, it's what they want, if they can create scans or they like my scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If I click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, and there are all sorts of scans in here. So what we've tried to do is if you don't want to have to create your own scan from scratch, we've tried to create enough kind of built-in scans that you can take. And, you can always adjust them though, maybe to a different price range or volume. But we have a lot of built-in scans that you can use right from the get-go. Yes, the anchored VWAP is intended to be included in the test drive. Is it not? Are you not getting it? Let me know if you're not getting it. I'll have to let development know. Okay. All right. And you're part of the test drive. Obviously, that's why you're asking the question. Okay. So the question from Rolex is if you click on new and then Market Explorer and then right click. So all these strategies here are available. Now go no go is not available at all. All these strategies are available even as a standard subscriber. This anchored VWAP is actually a $49 a month add-on, but we have made this available during the test drive. The Rolex is saying it's not, he's saying it's not authorized. Let me just copy. I want to copy all of that, just what you said. I'm going to paste it in to our support, our internal support. Okay. And I want to see what the answer is here. Okay, I've just popped that or popped the question in. Okay, and but I copied and pasted everything you just said. And so I want to see what the answer is. I know it's supposed to be available. Everything else is working, Rolex. Everything else is working. You do have a green ball and all, so everything else is working. Okay. And I'm getting some responses right now, so just give me a moment, okay? Ah, okay. Okay. So what you have to do, unfortunately, is what a pain it's going to be for us, but what you have to do is request it. Somehow it didn't make it into a, I'll call it a like it's probably the wrong terminology, but a default script, okay? And unfortunately, it has to because it's this add-on. It's the first time we've had an add-on, I guess, as part of a test drive. So just give me a moment, okay? So go to the home page. So again, anybody who's looking for access to this, anybody who's looking for access to this, okay, this meaning, if you click on new, okay, new, Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer, this window will pop up, right click, select strategy, this window pops up, okay? And then here, the anchored VWAP, AVWAP, anchored VWAP. Again, this is typically a $49 a month add-on to everything else, but we've tried to make it available during this test drive for free. So if you're looking for this, unfortunately right now, just give me one moment, Derek, okay? Unfortunately, right now, it's a person by person sign up. So click on the link, the homepage link that I gave you, and click on need help, and then ask, and then Rolex and anybody else, give them your email address, saying, "Hey, I'm looking for the anchored VWAP." Okay, and so they can check the account that you created, and then they can authorize it for you. I do apologize. I guess it was harder. It was harder to that than we thought to authorize it en masse. Okay. Yeah. So so go to our homepage, go to the ask questions, ask the question, but give them your email, and then they can activate it for you. Okay, Derek. Sign up for the test drive by not having any data. It shows you are connected. Now, typically, and Derek, I can also, if this is not the answer, I can get you to go to the homepage and we'll check your account. Typically, it means that you have not filled out the authorization forms for the exchanges. Even though this is, and that's why we have to charge a pittance, the 1111. We still have to pay the exchanges for the data. They don't care that we'd love to do it for free, but the exchanges, they want to charge us for the data, which that makes sense. That's how they make money. So one of the steps is filling out, like just checking, the Nasdaq, Amex, and New York. So it's possible you didn't check that. So what I would do, Derek, that's 99.9% of the time that is the reason. If you've got a green ball that says you're connected, it's because the authorization forms are not correctly done. So again, go to the home page. Go to the home page, okay? Click on it. Oops. And do it again. Click on the home page and need help. And again, ask and then give them your email address. Like ask and then give them your email address so they can check your account. And more than likely, that's the reason. They'll give you a link that will, and then you just have to fill it out. Okay. So Derek, did you hear me? And the other thing that they're going to ask is if you're a professional. The exchanges will charge, and most, I'm saying, again, I don't know what percentage, but the majority of people who are part of the test drive or our subscribers are not professional traders. But if you are, you have, the exchange wants to know that because they charge you more. We don't want to do that, but the exchanges, and we get audited. That's why, we get audited now every year, and they check to make sure that everybody who signed up either check that box saying they're not a professional or they are a professional. And then we have to, we're the ones that are supposed to make sure that if somebody said they're not a professional, somehow it's up to us to make sure that they're telling the truth. Well, okay, Sammy, as I said, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Okay. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. You're in a test drive subscription, call it a subscription. It ends on the 20th. Okay. Yeah, typically managing money for others. They've got their license. They're still managing money for others. I mean, a person knows if they're now, it doesn't mean if you're managing money for your wife or something. Okay, I'm trying to answer these questions in sequence. So, Sammy, okay. So you got that. So again, please listen really carefully. Anybody in the test drive, there's nothing to unsubscribe from once the test drive is over. Okay, we do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so Jancy, the same thing. Okay, Jancy, the same thing. You heard me. Go to the homepage, and you unfortunately have to give them your email address, and paying for us to have to authorize one by one anybody who wants to have access to this Anchor VWAP. Okay, apologize for that, but I guess nothing I can do. Well, nothing, certainly nothing I can do about it. Now, when you say the Holly AI doesn't work either, Jancy, when you say that, what does that mean exactly? You are part of the test drive? And I'll try to get to your question in a moment, Tim, too. So, Jancy, hopefully you can hear me. Okay. And are you part of the test drive? Okay. Um, and you loaded it from here? You loaded it from new and then premium AI strategy trades window? How are you trying to access the AI? I mean, I'm probably still gonna have to send you to the homepage, and you'll give them your email address, and they'll just check your account to see why. So you're talking about here in new doc channel bar and then Holly AI, right? Right there? Okay. So a couple of things. I think I mean, this may not solve your issue, Jancy. I just think this overcomplicates it, in my opinion. Okay. In my opinion, this is what I would do. I would now. Try see if this works though, okay? Click on new from the toolbar, and then click on premium AI strategy trades window, okay? And hopefully you're using our downloadable application, because if you do that, this is the window that you'll see. This is all you need. That's all you need. I mean, here's your entry time, your price, your stop. That's all you need. I find that the other one is way too complicated. Too many things to look at. This is all you really need. You shouldn't, nobody should care, to be honest, what any one of these strategies mean. You know, the idea is just click on the alert. You like what you see. If you don't like what you see, don't trade it. Okay, it still says you don't have permission. Okay. So do apologize. I don't know why, but again, click on the homepage link. Click on the homepage, that TI homepage link, and then click on the need help, and then ask and say, hey, I'm part of the test drive. Make sure you give them the email address they use for the test drive so they can look up your account and see why. Okay, I'm sure it's going to be very simple. I just don't, I cannot do it because I don't have access to the accounts. So I can't just go and flip a switch for you. Give me a moment, Lior. I mean, I'm 100% sure. I mean, I don't use it at all. They're more for swing trading. These are past AI alerts. Okay. And I'm trying to get a confirmation. So past ideas that are still working in a daily time frame. That's the explanation, okay? Past AI alerts that are still working in a daily time frame. If you want a further explanation, I can't give you one, but they are past AI alerts that are still working in a daily time frame. Okay, so I don't use races anymore. So let's Tim set up. I created a new race window that shows the biggest gainers for the last 15 minutes. I updated the window name at the top, but I can't find out how to update based on. Well, I haven't used a race for a long time. Now, you know who does use races still is Chris Varley. Okay, and he'll be in our YouTube room in less than an hour. So so if I can't figure it out, Chris certainly will be able to help you. Okay. So the AI is based on, I mean, you can control it here. I think AI, um, where is it? Yeah, AI trade size. So if you go to tools, options, and then AI trade size, so you can have it based on a stop loss. I think somebody asked a question before. So you can have it based on a stop loss. So I put $100 in here. Okay. That's why the share size will be different all the time because it's based on a stop loss, or you can have it based on the shares per trade, or putting in say $5,000 per trade. Obviously, you can control that number. Okay. So in this particular case, I'm basing it on 100. I'm risking $100. And conservative, by the way, I don't like this, okay, but, I don't run the company, but conservative is if you get out of the trade exactly when the AI gets out of a trade, okay? Moderate is keeping in the trade unless it actually got stopped out, hit the stop price, and aggressive is, okay, what would happen if you just disobeyed your stop? What would happen? But conservative is getting out of the trade when it gets stopped out. So the size of the trade is gonna be different. It'll be different every time because it's all based on risking $100 a trade. Um, Now, this is what I wanted to show you though, okay, over here. See the DBGI? I think actually they are. You mean like, I think in the simulator it's a dollar, a trade, using a dollar, I think. Well, some people don't like that because this is in the simulator, of course, because, some brokers are free, trades free. But I think what we do is we put in a dollar a trade. So in the simulator, this is what I want to show you. So in the DBGI, remember here was the entry at 514. You see this max P&L column right there, or number? At one point, okay, at one point when I was in this trade, I was up $132. Now notice what happened. I got stopped out, right? I put in that stop at, right, well, 490, or 494, I guess, and stopped me out for the $100 loss. You can see, lost $100 on the trade. But at one point, I was up $132. Obviously, hopefully this makes sense. You should never allow something like that to happen. I mean, if you're, I'm not saying $132 being up is a huge number, but you certainly would not want to have that turn into a loss. Okay. So again, the entry was at 514. At one point, I think it got up to, I don't know, 546 or 560 or so before it pulled back down. So this is a good gauge. You would not want to, have a profit turn into a loss. Thank you, Pepe. So yeah, factors in a dollar per trade. Thank you. Okay, so the news channel. So we do have a news call channel. We've got a news tab here. Okay. Hmm. I thought that. Sure, I'm on the latest bill. Just give me a moment here. Helping about 5.6. Just give me a moment. Give me one moment, okay? Okay. So this news is okay for, especially if you want to find things that happened previous to today. Okay. I mean, if it's an earnings play and you're using this in the pre-market, more than likely you'll see the fact that it was an earnings play, and you can see the news on it. Okay. But I use this mainly to see the news. Excuse me, previously. For instance, DBGI announced a 1 for 100. That reminds me that it was a reverse split of, back here in October, late October, um, things like that. But if I'm looking for a little more current news, I just use my IB headlines. Okay. I find the IB headline news, but if you have IB, I mean, that's what I use. Okay. So I'm not using any other external news source. So, Tim, are you going to be around for another 45 minutes? Tim, too? If you don't mind, because I haven't used, I mean, I could probably figure it out, but Chris uses the races still. So if you don't mind, will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. He still uses the races, and I'm sure he'll be. And you might have other questions about the races, okay? And so if you don't mind, I mean, I can try to figure it out. I mean, I know I could figure it out, but I just don't use the races anymore. So if you don't mind, there he is, Chris. Okay, he's there right there. So, I mean, you can try to answer him here, Chris, but you can wait. I mean, I'm sure it's super simple. I created a new race window that shows. Well, let me copy and paste it. I'm sure it's super simple. So this was his question underneath, but it'd be a lot easier, for you to talk. I know. So maybe just give him 45 minutes, because he'll be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Which leads me to the next thing, which I haven't gone over, really my home page. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and this is what you're going to see. First thing, you'll be at the top here. So, I mean, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you just can't wait. Well, here you can take out a subscription using my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. So this is all I really do ask from this room. This is a free room. This is not free because of the test drive. This has been free like this since, October of 2015. I've been live on the mic and sharing my screen. So the goal is to keep this room free. And the way to do it is, if at some point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, please just use my promo code. You can either save my homepage link, and and then you'll get to this page, or come into the room and use my promo code. This will help to keep the room free. Okay. It's that simple. Now, if you take out a subscription, or if you're part of this test drive and you haven't done this, please do this to getting started. Now, you may already have downloaded and installed. maybe you've got a toolbar, so you've done your first startup and login. But you've got layout styles. I wouldn't worry about doc layout. I don't think that's something that anybody has to worry about starting out. But introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay, yes. But if you went through all of those videos, it'd take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Okay. And if you're not only new to trade ideas, but you're new to trading, well, Trading 101. This is a free series of videos that you can take a look at. There are a lot of them, 38. They start off with as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Okay. I'm not sure. Well, I'll probably try to do one, a stock of the day video later on. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. This week's trade of the week is, let's see if it's triggered, USM. And these are meant to be longer term trades, but how you trade them, of course, will be up to you. So this is not triggered. Okay. So before people jump all over, us or Steve, who comes up with the trades of the week every week and say, what a horrible trade of the week. It's not horrible. It hasn't triggered. The trigger price is 46.92. Well, look, it has not even come close to 46.92. So, who knows? Maybe it won't trigger this week. So it becomes a non-event. Again, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education, big education section is here. Here's our user guide. And again, like any other user guide, it's got lots of stuff in it. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. Getting started. That's that getting started again. You probably want to take a look in a little more detail about what an alert, the A window is, what a top list window is. Tim too talked about stock racing right here. And I also would take a look at price alerts. It's so simple to do. And I think it's very powerful. If you're not using price alerts, not just, I mean, look, we did not invent price alerts, the concept of putting price alerts, but I think price alerts, having price alerts really, really is important to trading. But again, we got a lot of other stuff here. Don't worry about it. You don't have to learn everything. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And when I do take my break, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And we have 5 days of the week and we have five different traders. How about that? So today is Monday. And so Chris, I know Chris is going to be in our YouTube room on Monday. And then, Tuesday through Friday, there will be different traders in the room. And it's always a good idea, I think, to head over there because, I have a certain trading style. We all have different trading styles. So it's probably it should be of interest, maybe, for you to go over there to listen to other people's trading styles. They have scans that they're also sharing. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for his hour. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So yes, I did create a layout. I did create a layout that looks just like this that you can have. But I also, what I've done is I have got them individually. So, if you're looking, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this for years and years and years. Okay, this shows me the gappers up and down. Now halts and resumes, yeah, halts resumes. So when I get back to my layout that I normally have, you'll see the halts resumes, but this is what it is. Probably could put it right there. Momentum. Here's my momentum scan right there, Momo. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. Single stock window. This is all customizable. This is just what I like to see. All these are just filters. So for instance, if you wanted to see more fundamental data, earnings per share, etc., you could add all that to a single stock window. Okay, these are just filters. These are all but this is just what I like to see. So you see, these are all the filters that you can put into that single stock window. So it's up to you. But this is just what I like to see. Okay. So, and I have some other scans that I'm sharing. Again, the 10-day daily breakout and down. Look at the HGV was awesome. I haven't even looked. Well, I'm sure the LIFW was even more awesome in terms of a percentage move. And you can see, a moment, you might be thinking, well, man, this doesn't show very much. You're right. On the 10-day daily breakout, so far only five, and on the break, and see how a price alert works. When you put a price alert on the chart, when it hits that price alert, obviously I did this on DOCN. I did this on the third, on yeah, October, November 3rd, and it triggered. And that's what happens. You take your price alerts window, and the price alerts window is up here. You click on new and price alerts window. If it's the first time you're doing it, it'll be completely blank. You can create a price alert. I'll show you. Why don't I just show you on a chart? So if I wanted to put a price alert for this trigger price up here at what, 46.92, I just right click on the chart. Well, if I can eyeball it well enough, because this is my mouse pointer, and there's a dotted line that will show keep moving, but I'll go here because I can't see that price on the 15-minute chart. So I'll try to eyeball it to get to 46.92. Okay. So 46.93, okay. You right click, create the price alert. Let's leave it there. I could sometimes, and I rarely put in a note, but I'll just put a note this time. I'll put TOW. What's the date today? November 6th. Okay. And save it. Now, and you can see right at the right at the very bottom, there it is. So the idea is to minimize this window. You don't have to have it up and running, taking up screen space. Okay. You minimize the window. Even if you had screen space, I think the best way to use it is you minimize the window, because if it does trigger, it'll pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. Okay. All right, get rid of these. Okay. So and I sort on the triggered time column so that I will see the last alert right at the top. But why are there so few alerts? This is the reason. Now look at this. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not saying I would have got this trade, necessarily, certainly not right at the beginning, but wow, that is one big wow, guys. Life W, LIFW. And now it's even through the 200-day moving average. So you can see right there, this is the repeating version of this. Don't repeat. So this tells me this is the first time you had the alert in this window at 10:03 Eastern time. The alert was at 4:45. I mean, astonishing, isn't it? 1460 now from 4:45. And there's the time. Every time it makes a new high, you're going to see it here. So why so few alerts? I'll show you. Right click, configure, summary. So one of our very powerful filters, and especially a powerful filter if you're just looking for abnormal volume, is this one right here. Stocks where the current volume is at least 8. Now, I have some other filters in here, of course, but this is the reason this prevents me from seeing a lot of stocks in here, and that's what I want. I don't want to be inundated with alerts, because this is telling me that up to the every time when I get an alert, a real-time alert, that means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day, 11:25. You can see right over here, it's 22 times normal, 22.74 times normal up to this time of day. Not many stocks are doing that. Okay. So consequently, you don't get too many alerts. Not many stocks are going to be trading, at a relative volume, current volume of 8. And that's the reason I do, and I have other filters in here too, but that's the reason why I do not get very many alerts. Now, let me talk a little bit about the abnormal option activity scan. I mean, understand this is what I like to see. Okay, so I don't trade options. Okay, right off the bat, I don't trade options. But as I've said, powerful filter is our relative volume filter. If you're an intraday trader, you should only be looking at stocks that are trading abnormally, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, abnormally meaning abnormal volume. Because why do you want to take something that is not trading abnormally? You get into a trade and it doesn't move. So why would you want that? So that's one way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally is to look at their option volume. Okay, again, I don't trade options, but let's just take a look at Sphere here, SPHR. So in my in my single stock window, I see that the option volume today is 7,400 contracts. It's total puts and calls. That is 316% of normal. In other words, it's 3.16%, 3.16% of normal or times normal. What is normal? Normal is what was the average number of contracts over the last 10 days? Okay, so for instance, so if a stock has traded 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and I use this filter and I put the minimum, say 300% ratio of 3, then that stock would have to trade 15,000 contracts a day, 5 times or 3 times 5,000. So in this particular scan, and there are two alert scans in here. One showing stocks moving down on abnormal option, and one showing stocks moving up. If it's in brown, that's my color code for stocks that are moving down. And if it's in light blue, these are stocks that are moving up with abnormal option activity. And I have other filters in place, but the minimum number of contracts has to be at least 500, and the minimum compared to normal has to be 150% or 1.5 times normal. Those are the minimums before a stock will appear in here. Again, so it's another way, to see stocks that are trading abnormally. Wait a moment, guys. Okay, Jacques in our YouTube room, most upward scan alerted Jacques at $3.60 for Life W earlier. I know it's not Life W, okay? All right, guys. I do not swing trade, Danny. Okay, no, I don't. I should mention this though, because if you want to practice swing trading in the simulator, if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, so if you want to practice swing trading, you can take a trade, and as long as it doesn't, even if you're swing trading, you have to have a stop. So assuming you didn't get stopped out, and if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. Okay. But I'm not a swing trader, Danny. So, but that's how you can practice swing trading. You can take a trade and don't exit it at the end of the day. And then, you can leave it in. There may be a maximum number of days, but it's certainly plenty of days that you can leave it in to practice swing trading. Okay. Gus, I'll answer your question in just 1 second. Would I be able to get your strategy trades off? Now, I don't have it on my website, on my homepage, because this is a premium service. Okay. So I'm not going to put something that's a premium service there. But all you have to do is now, are you part of the test drive, Nick? Are you part of the test drive? Ah, so you don't have a premium subscription. You have a standard subscription? Yeah. Well, yeah, because so here's the deal, guys. I'm only showing the AI trades this 2 week period during the test drive, but typically I do not show them. Okay, because it is a premium service. It would not be fair to those who take out our premium service if I'm just going to display the alerts. So unfortunately, you can have this. You can see it, but you can have it. Okay, it's available for those taking the test drive. Okay, but if you're not part of the test drive, I mean, you could be part of the test drive if you want. It'll cost you $11.11. Then you'd have access to this, but it's up to you. Okay. So is CNK a good short setup? Okay. Are you talking about intraday? I mean, it's putting in a little green bar here. It is not an earnings play. Had earnings on the third. It's through the 200 day. Yeah, you see, for me, I mean, I'm looking left and the next low is 1530. To me, that's not far enough away. If I wanted to take the short right now, that'd be like 20 cents here to here. So for me, it's not enough. Oh, you're talking about a swing setup for a few days? That is up to you. I mean, even then, I mean, you know how I trade. If I look left, so if you were to take this trade right now as a swing, short swing at 1552. The way I trade, I would never do it. The reason being is I'm looking left and it could easily stall at 1507, 1507, which is only 50 less than 50 cents away. If you're swinging, I'm assuming you're looking for a lot more, because where would you put your stop if you were gonna, and I don't swing trade very often, but I never short swing. But where would you, if you took this trade right now as a swing, where would you put your stop? Where would you get out of it if it's not working? And I'm talking to Gus in our YouTube room. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I mean, obviously, these are the things that you have to think about, whether or not I think it's a good swing trade or not. Where would you put your stop if it didn't work? I'm just trying to answer Gus. I don't know if you can hear me. So I think Chris probably has a better understanding of that than I do. I mean, I demonstrated how you can put a target and you can put a stop, but I think if one triggers, you have to get rid of the other. Is that correct? For instance, if your order, if it hit your target and you don't get rid of your stop, I think it remains in there. So who knows? Days later, you could get into a stop position. But Chris will know. Okay, he's way more experienced using brokerage plus than I do. Okay, so this is a good exercise, I think. Anyway, so Gus in our YouTube room is asking me if I think CNK is a good short opportunity. Okay, as a swing. Okay. Now, doesn't matter what you guys think, but let's go over this because he's saying put a stop at 1620, which is the high of today, right? Okay. So what is that? That's 70 cents away. 70 cents away. But you do know, Chris. So that means that do you have a reasonable expectation of making from if I were going to do this of making a dollar 40 on the trade? You're going to risk 70 cents. So you have to have a reasonable expectation of making a dollar 40 on the trade. Well, a dollar 40 underneath that is approximately $14. So when I look left, the first thing I see is something at 15, which could stall it. So I would never do it. That down here is 14. Even here, there's a little bit of something at 1440. These are all in the weekly charts. So for me, it wouldn't make sense. Okay. But listen, don't let me stop you. But you see that's how I analyze things. I'm not going to risk 70 cents if I don't think there's a reasonable expectation of making a dollar 40 on the trade. But am I not correct, Chris? If you put say you put a target and you reach your target and you've got a stop in, that it doesn't wipe out the stop? At least I seem to remember that being the case months ago. I don't know if that's still the case. You have to literally go in and make sure you get rid of that stop. So Gus, did that make sense? But again, don't let me dissuade you. If you think it's a good setup, then CI spikes on rumors. That's how I analyze every single trade I get into. I don't, yeah, I'm a day trader, but it's the same principle as far as I'm concerned. I know I have to know where I'm getting out of the trade, where my stop is, and then based on that stop, does it still make sense for me to take the trade? I don't think so. D dog, isn't that cloud? Isn't that a cloud? Yeah, I don't think D dog is not. So you can, okay, if you have our single stock window, you can look at the profile. Okay. So in profile, so if I click on DDOG, the question is DDOG a crypto stock, which I didn't think it was. Who knows? Maybe it's got something to do with crypto now, but you click on an alert. So SYBT as an example, you don't know anything about, well, it's a bank core, but okay, let's Cano, CANO. Okay. You click on the profile. This will tell you what it does. I didn't think it was, but Pepe, in these days, you never know what a company says they are doing now. Okay, Gus, so that makes sense. Just click on the profile. If you have the single stock window, just click on the profile and that'll tell you what the company does. Knock on wood, Pepe, so far so good. That little DNS thing you told me to do is okay, guys. Let's see what time is it now. Oh, fast morning, 11:42. Yeah, Pepe. I wonder what caused that is right now. It happened after I did my video. Yeah, we've had some big movers today, guys, and they're on earnings play. We're not in earnings season. Well, excuse me, let me rephrase that. This is not like a big day for earnings, okay? Tuesday through Friday will be huge days for earnings. We have about over 1,000 companies releasing this week. But the only earnings plays we're seeing right now are probably the ones that released this morning. Tomorrow, we see the ones that release after hours today and then tomorrow morning before the market opens. So rarely does a company release earnings after the market closes on a Friday. Yeah, Buffett. Okay, Brian in our YouTube room. I'm late today. I might have missed it. I'm in the trial. How do you bring up the chart that shows the 12 thumbnail charts? So, are you talking about this? I mean, these are, I mean, there, I don't think there's anything that has necessarily 12 thumbnail charts. I have 8 here, and this is just personal, so it's not, but I mean, I can give this to you, but so I'm not sure what 12 thumbnail charts are you talking about? Yeah, so SYBT, what was the reason for this one? Yeah, I don't see any specific news on this one, why it had the big pop on an earnings play course. Well, you can look at, if you're part of the test drive, you have access to 20 charts. Okay. Well, there is not one, there's nothing that is designed that you can go to that says here are 12 or here are 8, or I mean, you build them yourselves. If you want, I can give you this one. There are 8 here. Well, no, 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 no. Okay, when you say on trade ideas, this is just personal. Okay, I could have put 10 here. I could have put 6 here. I could have put 12 here. Okay, this is just personal. I happen to have 8. With a premium subscription, you have up to 20 charts. Okay, so you can see I have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have a total of 12 charts. You can have up to 20 charts with our premium service, 10 with our standard service. So, I mean, I can give you this and you can put whatever stocks you want to monitor, but this is 8. So you understand what I'm saying? It's not, it's personal how many charts you want to monitor. Yeah, we're in a bit of a chop market now, guys. We're back to we kind of got probably from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of last week, we were in a beautiful trending market up. So now we're in this sort of chop market again, where you have topping tails and bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. So, Danny K, though, again, with talking about the swing trading, it's just like anything else. I mean, if I were a swing trader, just kind of if you saw my analogy or my analysis of was it the CNK? You know, if you're going to swing trade, you have to have a stop. Where are you going to get out if it's not working? And so if it's working, you leave it in, right? And at some point, if it's working really well, at some point you might want to take some profit. But there's no fixed time period that you would leave a swing trade in if it's working. Now, just like the AI, okay? Let me see if there's a good one here. Our AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. That's just the way it works. It starts off with a no positions each day, and it just at the end of the day it'll exit every single trade. Well, you could take a look at one of these and you might think, wow, okay, that closed really well. And you could make up your mind if you wanted to swing it. If it closed well and you thought it still had room, when you look left. So you could have been in this trade, for instance, and then you could say, oh, okay, I think I'll hold it because it closed well. Closing well for me, meaning it closed near its high of the day. You wouldn't want to take this GDX and it's up. Well, let me take another one. I mean, this got up to 852. And if it's pulling back, 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 I wouldn't swing it if it got, down to 815. For me, if I were more of a swing trader and it made sense for me to do it, it would have to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the very penny, but I don't want to take something that is, on a swing that is really giving it up most of the day. I mean, it's been a big sell off. That's me. That's the way I trade anyway. So, how do you use the smart stop? Okay. Now, so just okay, I'll go long, okay? I'll show you what this smart stop is all about. It's a suggestion. So what happens is when you click on an alert at any time, when you click, I just clicked on IMMX, okay? And if you see on my screen, there's a dotted red line. That the suggestion then is if I took this trade right at 423, you would as a smart stop, you'd put it at 406, okay? 17 cents away. The The up here, this green, you can't see it. It would have to be extended way up. I'd have to see my I have to somehow unfortunately, we cannot adjust the Y-axis, but this line would this green line, this green shaded area would go way up here because it would be double. What did I say the difference was? 17 cents. So you would add 34 cents to this, okay? Because basically it's just saying, okay, if your stop is 17 cents away, your target is 34 cents away, one for two. Okay, so so the smart stop, if you took the trade right now, take a look at SYBT. You're saying if you took this trade right now at 43.67, a suggested stop is here at 42.95. Okay. Nope, the smart stop is generated as standard. Now, if you want to go short, see the default is going long, okay? But if you were wanting to find the smart stop for going short for say CYBT, you'd have to go properties and see show smart risk levels. Well, first of all, you have to click on it. Properties, show smart risk levels, and you see there are two options, long and short. If I click on short, okay, now saying, okay, if you took this trade right here at 43.67, that is a smart stop of 44.39. It's a guide, okay? If you're going to ask me exactly how it is calculated, very simply, it takes the volatility of 15-minute candles. I think it takes into account the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers into the system, and it generates a smart stop. And the smart stop is based this is, if you took the trade right now, that would be your smart stop. If later on in the day I clicked on this SYBT and I weren't in the trade and the price was down here at 43, the smart stop would not would adjust downwards, if that makes sense. And now this is a good, now you can see it. You can see how here is that red area is your stop area, and you can see how the green is double. That green area is double. But they're not saying that this is a good trade. All they're saying, well, if you want to take this trade, they're not doing the calculations of whether or not you could get a double on something like this, like double your risk. That's It's really just generating the smart stop. And then really the trick is, okay, if that's a stop, smart stop, if you want to use it, where could it go before it hits some resistance? That's why there's a lot to trading. Now, let me get back. Okay, Gus, makes sense. There's no AI option. Well, it depends what you mean. No, I see what you mean. No, there's no AI option for swing trading. I mean, this is, and as I said, this will get rid of every single trade at the end of the day. Whew, okay, guys, so I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Let me get my announcement in.
You go ahead and get that announcement in.
I hear Chris on a break. I may come back earlier, but at least into the main room. But let's just say 1 p.m. But I might get back earlier for the test
Sounds
drive.
fantastic. I'm gonna swap screens now if that's okay.
Okay. Okay, guys. So Chris is in the YouTube room right now. So let me put the YouTube link in. Hey guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now, so you can head over there and listen to Chris for the hour. And let me just put the main room on mute and then get rid of my music that's in my ear, then I can hear you. There you are.
And how are you on this fine test drive Monday?
Not bad, not bad. It's been
okay, good.
Yeah. Well, and we didn't have any issues so far that could have happened. So hey, I guess we're all good so far.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that.
Now, was I right, Chris, about the OCO that if it hits the profit target and you don't get rid of your stop, it later on in the day or the week or the year, if you flip that stop in, it will get short.
If you put them in that they're together, one will cancel the other.
They will now. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it not true that earlier that didn't happen? Because I seem to remember people.
No, what will happen is this: if you the big issue that used to happen is that if you have it would happen with automated strategies mostly, or I'm not even going to say the other automated thing that starts with the H word. If you have an order that goes in and it already has a set of closing orders with it, and then you manually close the order, those other orders will sit there because they were conditional on the original opening order. So they don't know that you put another trade in, and they will sit there lying in wait. So for example, if I have strategy XYZ that is automated and it gets me into the trade, it puts out a stop and a target, and I say, you know what, I just want to close the trade now. And I click flatten on the trade, for example. Well, that's fine. That trade will close. Both that buy and sell order will sit there. That was the original conditioning orders.
So what if I do it all manually, like I always demonstrate? So I take a trade and I put a target in, and I put a stop in.
It should cancel then.
It should cancel the minute I get out of the trade, either before or it hits one of those levels. It should eliminate the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Right.
I will. I'll leave you.
I'll leave you now. Fair enough. I'll be here.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Thank you. So, all right, folks, let me see here. You know what? Let me just change one other thing here. Just making some swaps here really fast on another support session I'm using at the same time. So, all right. For those of you that gotten the test drive Zoom link, you should have eyes on my screen on that side now, as well as the YouTube side of things, and you should hear me as well there too. All right, perfect. So with all of that said, what is a reasonable way to trade the AI? Do you know ahead of time if a breakout strategy or so Gus, a reasonable way to trade it, that's a bit subjective, but I can give you how I use the AI. Personally, I use it like an all-day watch list. I have some specific criteria that I'm looking at when I'm going to attempt to trade anything. I like certain price ranges and different things like that. So I look at the alerts as they come in. You know, if it's something that really interests me, I'll set a price alert on the chart. And, you know, then it's over here to be in my price alerts window here and work off of it from there like that. There's no right or wrong way necessarily to use it. I mean, I guess you lots of wrong ways, let's say. Obviously trading without stops and just kind of YOLOing into positions or not having any trading plan of your own. Those are all wrong ways to do it. You know, for example, you know, Holly's going to put out a stop on all of her alerts. Let me enable on my charts here. Show AI trades. You know, and I don't always agree with her stops. Other people think the stops are great. That's what makes a market, right? So for example, here, you know, on this trade, entering ALKT, entering at 2085, coming all the way down here to 2008 as a stop might be too much for someone. Now, in all honesty, you know, for a day trade on a stop, that's a bit much for me. But it's not necessarily an unreasonable stop. It's actually here at the, you know, near the close of the prior day, right? So one person could say, you know, and someone's got maybe, let's say, a $2 million account, having a stop at that distance, no, that's fine for them. Someone that might have a $30,000 account, that stop's way too big for them, right? Are either one of them wrong? No, subjective. So, you know, those are where things become a gray area, if you will. And let's see, the trial we are going is not the premium one I got in late last night from a trip, so I'm just having a chance to go over it. Nope, trial is premium. You get all premium. The only thing you can't do in it is automate anything. Everything else you'll have access to Holly, unlimited back testing, RBI, GBI, get up to 20 charts. I don't know what I'm missing that are premium features. Again, with the exception of automation, you should have it all, Brian. I guess I don't know how it is trading to know how to see what it's seeing. All right. So, well, the basis of it is that Holly comes to bat each day with a set of strategies that are optimized and back test. She's got, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 base strategies. I don't know what the number of base strategies is anymore. And then each night she goes into what we call Hopper and optimizes and back tests, I don't know, 10,000 simulated trades or something like that. And tweaks the strategies, and then the ones that have the best win/profit percentages come to play the next day, with the exception of Holly Neo. The 4 strategies that'll be in the segment of Holly Neo, those will just always get pushed through every single day to trade. Everything else is Holly Grail now. I know some people are like, oh, Holly 2.0 and all this other stuff. No, it's just Holly Grail. That's it. It was segmented a long time ago. There are various reasons behind it. Those are all irrelevant now. So it's just Holly Grail. And that's it. So you'll see in the columns here what the name of the strategy is. All right. So breakout, long breakout, horseshoe, all that stuff like that. You can also get a segment column. If you don't see the columns that I'm showing, or you want to see different columns or anything like that, you can right click in here and you will, in the, you can do it anywhere in here, right? Chris. Right click, look for columns. So the left side is your selected columns. Those are what you're displaying. The right side is the bank from which you can draw from. So you could click on one, and then I could highlight it from the right side of the bank into the selected, or if you want to call it displayed side here, like that, using this here. just like that. And then you press OK, and that column would be there. I am a big proponent of less is more. I don't need 1,000 different things. I find the things that are really important to me, put those in there, get rid of all the rest of the stuff. What's important to me, obviously, will be different, as what's important to you. And I would surmise that a lot of people want to start with maybe more, see what it looks like, see how it may or may not apply to what they're trying to look at, and then pull things in and out based on those there. Way to review the trades through October, yes and no. Right click, history, go through, and you could either do it time frames, previous trading day, so on and so forth. There are different options. There's supposed to be a toggle here for all trades and in the money trades. I don't know why the switch isn't there right now. The development team is working to make that switch or available or whatever it is. But for right now, that what you can see in there is what you can see in there. I have no control over getting any of that swapped out on my own, as I'm not a coder or developer. So again, folks, fire those questions in for me. All right. For those of you that are on the Zoom side here, I see there's 10 people in there. You go ahead and use the chat function over here on the side. If you got questions over there, I'm trying to monitor both chats at the same time here. And again, anybody with any questions, please pump those away. There's no, that's what we're here for. I've said many times in the past in webinars and meetings like this that I've done in the past, everybody on this planet has an agenda. Every person has an agenda. Some are good agendas, some are bad agendas, some are neither. They just are. Obviously, our agenda is we want Trade Idea subscribers, but people are only going to stay subscribers if they're getting something of value out of the software. And so that's why these are so important to participate and ask the questions, so we can get you the value or get you marching towards that value that you were looking for in the software, right? How is the list of long-term Holly derived? It has to do with a certain percent above the entry signals, time and percent above the entry signals. I don't have the exact formula on that, but essentially the trade has to have happened X amount of time ago, and it has to be a certain percent in the money from the alert in order for it to make it through there. The idea behind it is letting your winners run, right? There's an old adage, as traders would say, cut your losers early, let your winners run. And so that's the idea behind it, essentially. My thinking is that honing in what it does better at would be a way to minimize noise. Yeah, so for example, things that you can do to hone in, there are some different filters in here that you can use like that. All right. Another thing, Jamie and Steve used to say it in webinars they did all the time way back before I was a Trade Ideas employee. Second mouse gets the cheese kind of thing. So for example here, right, this is ALKT is a good example. All right, it gets in the money and maybe it got away from you too quickly, right? You could set a pullback alert, right? Back towards the entry if you wanted, and we could see it came down through that entry and back up through it again, right? And so that's the kind of that second mouse gets the cheese thing. Now let's see if there's another one in here. Maybe it hasn't worked out to this point, but could come back around again. All right, so this WRK, right? Signal comes in right up here and never really gets into the money, right? It just didn't happen, right? We see it almost got there, back up to the entry point, and then maybe it'll get there. Will it? Nobody obviously knows. But again, we could set a price alert here, right? We could right click and go create price alert, and go ahead and create that price alert. Let's say, you know what? I want to take it on a whole number break. I think that's going to be better. So let me put it in at 37 point, let's say 98 to prepare me that a whole number break may be on the verge, which is just slightly above the entry price that Holly had made anyways. And the side is long and so on. I click save. And then I've got that line that populates right across the chart here. And then look, if it never gets there, so be it. Nothing ventured, nothing lost, right? If it does get there, now all of a sudden here we are. The other part of this is still being a trader. It's human and machine. As a human trader, I'm looking right now and I'm looking at this area as an area of resistance, prior resistance right now. And so it had trouble at that about $38 level again here, trying to get through there here. So, that's one of the things that I love to point out is human and machine combination here. I see the questions coming in on the Zoom side. Give me 1 second to catch up on the YouTube side, and then we're going to run right over there and get to those questions as well. Can you clarify the difference between the alert window and the topless window? Absolutely. Great question. So a topless window is just this. If we come into a topless configure, it is just a series of filters that are all put in here. Now, this top list is blank. It's just looking at a series of stocks that I told it only look at these stocks. It's all I care. I don't need you to look for anything else. But a top list is essentially saying, hey, I put these filters in here and I want you to show me all the stocks that meet these filters. There are some different sort conditions that can happen afterwards. We could circle back to that in a moment, but sort can be a long tangent. I don't want to get caught up on too many tangents at the moment. Keep this moving and then circling back on different things here. So essentially that's all it is. And every few seconds, the top list updates. Boom, here are all the stocks that meet your criteria. Boom, here are all the stocks that meet your criteria. That's it. There's no sound or anything like that. Just keep circling and doing that. Where an alert window, let me pull up an alert window here. All right. If we come into the alert window, we'll have the filters that it has to be met, and then we have alerts. So let me expand this out and just expand on all this a little more. Alert is an event, a new high, a new low, check mark up, certain kinds of range breaks we have for all these different alerts here. And if we're in the search tab of the alert configure, we have categories. So we can go just alerts, or we can go just filters, right? Now the filters are always going to be indicated by these dual icons here. The lighter color teal here, that's minimum value. The darker purple color indicates maximum value. And again, that'll be indicated here in the Windows specific filters tab. And we can see minimum with this lighter column, maximum, these are the values we can give them. You don't have to give a min and a max value. You can give just a min, you can give just a max value, and you can use the show me function in here in the middle to see what it does to the scan in real time. So just for example, in this, if I put a 1 here, we'll see now it says show me stocks with a price at least $1. And if I put $100 here, now show me stocks where it's between $1 and $100. And if I press that OK, that carries over into that there. So essentially with the alert window, you have to have the alert event happen while all the filters are satisfied at the same time. And boom, you'll get a timestamp saying, bang, this alert did this stock did exactly what you asked me for to look for at this exact time. And so let me just bring up an alert window that I've created in the past here. File load from cloud, and sorry, just trying to kind of find any alert window. I don't use alert windows in my scanning. I'm different in regards to Barry in that sense, where Barry is, he loves his alert windows. I love my races, and it just is what it is. It doesn't make one right or wrong, although Barry's a much better trader than I am. So make of that what you will. But anyways, so the scan that I created here, the last alert that came through is right here at right now, as a matter of fact. And so if I click on that here, right at this timestamp, 12, 13, and 29 seconds Eastern time, that stock met this scan's criteria just like that. And that's it. And if I go back, I can look at the history and I can go ahead and click that. We can see all these different alerts that met at the timestamp on this here. And that's how that would work there. No, you cannot backtest AI strategies, but you can backtest your own alert windows. Just tuned in where I can find the historical performance and data for Holly. Right click Holly and look for history here. Right now, it's going to show kind of more of a long term of winners, essentially. There's supposed to be a toggle here. It didn't make it through for some reason on the build. I don't know what the reason is to show all the winners and losers, but right now it's mostly just showing the winners the way it is. It's something that'll come out in another build to adjust that. It was something that we were playing with to not dive too far down in that rabbit hole there, Ted. All right, I'm going to jump over to the Zoom side of things. Can we back test the AI strategies? Nope, sorry. I guess you're probably on both sides there. or maybe two people had that from both Zoom and the YouTube side of things. No backtesting the AI strategy. Sorry, you can create your own and backtest, which is essentially what Holly does, only she does it on a much larger scale. Where can I see historical performances? All right, we just did that again. Idea trying to be to start with AIs that work the best in the past. All right, so one thing to understand with the AI and trying to figure out what's worked best in the past. All right. For example, this horseshoe up scan, it started off as a scan XYZ. That was basic. And it went into Holly and into the hopper. What that original horseshoe up scan is not what that horseshoe up scan looks like now. There are probably some filters that will never be touched in it to keep the basis of that type of strategy and what it's looking for. But there are going to be many other things that no longer apply in that original strategy because it was tweaked and optimized over the many years that that strategy has actually been in existence for. If you want to see where all the bases started for all these things, I would point you towards the Holly Guide. Let me get you a link to the Holly Guide. And then I'll do a quick dive into the Holly Guide. Let me share that on both sides of that here. All right, so there's the Holly Guide. Let me pull that over to my main screen over here. All right. And you'd use the arrow to go down. You could scroll down, whatever you want. And we look and we can come into Holly strategies in here, right? And it's going to go over all the different Holly strategies that exist within here and give you a short synopsis on each one of those and the basics of what those strategies are doing. All right. And of course, like I said, where it started is not where it is, with the exception of certain things. So for example, let's find, all right, Mighty Mouse and Little Big Guy. These are smaller price stocks, all right? So the price filter on this really isn't going to get touched at all by Holly and her backtesting and optimizing, right? Because that's the basis of these strategies, right? You know, something like this 30-minute opening range breakout, that's not going to get adjusted in the looking for the bounce. But there could be other volume filters that get adjusted over time. There could be other range filters that get adjusted over time. There could be other change filters that get adjusted over time. So, and that's why trying to break down a historical performance of Holly by strategy isn't really going to work because, like I said, the looking for a bounce strategy that existed when it was created, let's say it was created in early 2017, that strategy, it looks nothing like the strategy that looking for a bounce looks like now, for the most part, if that makes sense, hopefully. So, all right, I think I have caught up. But if I haven't, let me know. And again, for the master list of all stocks with Holly, that will be forthcoming. That will be forthcoming here. And just give me a second here. Sorry. All right. Perfecto. So I just want to message something over there. All right. I think, like I said, I think I caught up with everybody's questions. If I didn't, or I missed something, or you need some more elaboration in any of the things that I've gone over, please fire those questions again for me, right? I never want to ignore anybody. I want to make sure that I get to everybody's questions. Just sometimes, you know, I miss things. I'm a human being, contrary to popular belief. And I want to make sure that I answer everything to the best of my ability. If I don't know something, I'll simply just tell you I don't know, and I'll send you over to email where I can do a little more research and find out. While I know a lot about Trade Idea software, once in a while I run up against something that I don't have a great list. Master list. There's no master list for the long-term Holly. No master list for the long-term Holly. There will be a master list for overall Holly at some point. That's forthcoming though. But the long-term Holly runs with stocks, essentially have to be X amount above their entry price to stay on that list. If they fall outside of whatever the developers deem to be appropriate for that quote unquote letting your winners run thresholds, it'll be dropped off of there. There's no historical performance data on Holly. Sorry. Outside of the right click and look at the history in here. That's all we have to share on that. Can you automate Holly? If you're in the test drive, you cannot automate Holly. Holly can be automated if you have a premium account. I don't recommend it. There's no magic money machine that exists on this planet. As harsh as this sounds, if you're looking to just sit there and press play on Holly and you think you're going to make money, it's never going to happen. That's just not the way it works. Human and machine should be the combination here. One thing that may work for some people, you have to have some trading experience. Number one, if you don't have some trading experience, you don't have some kind of trading plan, you're never going to make money trading. It's just a harsh, cruel reality that, I had to learn. Everybody has to learn. One way that I've seen a few people do some automation of Holly that has worked out for them as they've garnered some trading experience, they let Holly enter the trades and then they cancel the other orders or adjust the other closing orders, and they manage the trades themselves. They feel that Holly getting into the trade for them is better. It's easier. They don't have to worry about the entry, so they let Holly do the entries. They do the managing from there. How do I get the window on the upper right corner? It's a stock race that I created. I can share that with you. Give me a moment. Let me look for that. That came in from our Zoom. Let me just find that race. And I'll share that in both. Both there. So you can load that cloud link and you can load it there, Rick, and anybody else that wants besides Rick for that. Okay, so we went over that. How do you toggle to a different Holly mode, for example, from conservative to moderate? So you could just simply click up here on, oops, hold on, I got a window open. I got close, and close. There we go. All right. So let me duplicate this here so I can play around with it, but keep my original setup. So if you click here, right, you can go with it through that. You can do those here. You can put all the columns out there. If you right click and you go to columns on Holly, right, you'll have all these different columns that are over here. All right. And you could find the different columns here. So for example, I don't like aggressive profit. Aggressive profit to me means you're gambling. It means you're trading without a stop. As far as I'm concerned, head to Vegas or Reno or Foxwoods or Atlantic City, and you'll have the same results there as you would trading without a stop. But aggressive profit's there nonetheless. And if you feel it's important to you or valid, by all means, put it in there. And that's how you can do those different things there. There are different columns and track them like that. I look at the, generally speaking, I look at I'm the moderate. I don't care for the conservative also personally. That's just personal preference. There's nothing wrong with the conservative, just a personal preference. I don't need the extra data that's there. And so that's how that is there. I would also, so here's a video that I did on Holly several years ago. The only difference in this video and Holly currently, give me 1 second to find this video, is that Holly used to be segmented in all these different channels. It's just one, just think of it as one Holly now. I know people, no matter what I say, they're going to get hung up on all these different things. It's one Holly, one Holly, one Holly, one Holly. Just think of it as one Holly. There's different things that were developed at different times by different people. So they were segmented out based on some of that stuff. That it was done away with. It no longer exists in that. So that video that I just shared there, it's about a 15-minute video on Holly. It goes over all the basis of the alert window of Holly. I still think it's a very great and valid video to this day. I was just, don't look at it now, look at it in a little while here. I think it will help answer a lot of people's questions on Holly. The reason I say don't look at it now is don't miss your opportunity in the live session with me now, of course, right? Because I'll be gone from here at about 1, although I'll be running a Zoom side of things. I will probably take a break around 1 myself, but I'll be running a Zoom side of things, over the next 2 weeks, pretty consistently throughout the days. But I'd put that in the bank, that video, and give it a look over in some personal spare time. How do you turn backtest into a strategy? Well, eventually, if you get a strategy that you like, you back tested it, you're going to want to go into the strategies tab of Brokerage Plus, and you'll right click and go to load from cloud, and you'll load that alert window that you'd saved to the cloud in here. And go ahead and click that, and you'll go add to existing. And that's how you would add that strategy in there like that. I don't want that to be in there, of course. I'm going to delete it. Once it's in there, though, right, then you start to go in and give it some trading instructions. Your entry time, your order details, your risk management, hold time, if you so wish to have a hold time, so on and so forth. That Zoom link, you can find that right here. You should have received an email with it. You should have also received some notifications with it. There are 2 conditions to this Zoom here, and I try to be a very patient person, but I have 2 conditions on my Zoom session. 1, you must have watched our Getting Started series. It's a 30-minute series. Most of the questions that I get right off the bat can be answered in that. When there's going to be 15, 20, 30, 40 people that are in these and they're asking questions that are answered in those 30-minute videos, it's just very difficult to try to help people when taking 30 minutes of time and answering those videos would solve most of those problems. The second thing that I ask is it's not a one-on-one session. So, I ask people come get your question answered, jump back out. And then, if you've got another question, come get that answered, so on and so forth, just to keep things moving. And so no one person is completely dominating those. Also note that I have other meetings throughout the day that involve Zoom, predominantly on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there will be periods where that Zoom link is unavailable because I will be in other meetings. And so just go ahead and give that a try. That usually happens from sometime between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And then again from 2 o'clock to about 3 o'clock on those Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm trying to limit those meetings more this week, but there are important things that I do have to attend to with those meetings. So again, circling back here on Miri, that's how you would load a backtested strategy into Brokerage, backtested alert window to make it into a strategy in Brokerage Plus. And again, this would be covered in our our user's guide here. So I would highly recommend going over that user's guide here in sharing the link. Sorry. There we go. Here there is the link for the user's guide of Brokerage Plus. Trying to make sure I'm keeping up here with things. Shared a bunch of links. I don't have a way to translate that, I don't think. Unfortunately. Yes. So if someone put something in, I'm not sure on the language. I apologize. I don't have a way to currently translate that, though. My apologies. If I wanted exits on the back tester to only be 20% profit, 10% loss, how do I do that without having to set a timed exit? Sorry, Tim, there's no way to not set a timed exit in the back tester. It has to have a timed exit. So you can, the only thing you can do with that is this. On the timed exit, you can either, make the timed exit all the way out here at the end of the day, or you could make it a swing timed exit, but you unfortunately, you have to have a timed exit on the back tester. No way around that. What are the other AI competitors to Holly that are available to retail traders? I don't know, Ted. None of our competitors do live alerts, like real-time alerts like this. So I don't know that anybody else could even do it. Right. It's one of the reasons why people come over from the Thinkorswim scanning a lot, is because they have to refresh, and there's the alerts aren't real-time time stamped like this. So I don't know that there is one, to be honest, Ted. Sorry. I don't think anybody else is putting out, they have stop losses and timed exits and things like that, like Holly does here. And is Holly perfect? Obviously, no, but there's no such thing as a perfect system. I think one of the things that when I was an early learning trader about Holly that kind of got drilled into me is every single entry has to have a stop loss. Everyone has to have a stop loss. And there should be a logical reason behind that stop loss. Holly uses different metrics for her stop losses. Several of them have to do with the percent of ATR. So you may or may not, like I said, I don't always agree with what the stop loss that Holly has there, as I have gone on to, getting my CMT designation, things like that, and deciding that I like things to be a certain way. But no two traders are ever going to agree upon everything. Just not the way it works. But the idea that there is a stop loss in your face on every single one of these, it can't be ignored. I mean, you could ignore it at your own peril, of course. The idea is that there is risk management behind every single one of these. The back tester is not built for swing traders. Yeah, the back tester is built for swing traders. If I go in here and I go to back test and I go to timed exit, I could do it at the market, at close at market open 19 days from now, or at market close 19 days from now, or 32 days from now, or 13 days from now, 10 days, 8, 7, 6, so on and so forth. I could do it, at the market open tomorrow on the back testing of the strategy instead of minutes after up here. So you go either one. This would be your option to make it more swing trading, and up here would be no API for over there in the Zoom link. No API. Sorry, folks. There are many reasons behind it. I'm not going to go over them. All I know is that I was told there's no API. Sorry. I wish I could tell you differently. I don't like telling people no. I like to tell people yes on everything. Unfortunately, not the way it works. What are the average length of trades in the long-term ATI? I don't think there's an average length of trades there, Ben. I think it's all more based on some kind of script that has to do with percents above the entry price. How to check the live alerts. I'm not sure what you mean by check the live alerts. There's several places live data comes from. I mean, you could create your own alert window, and those are live alerts. You could use alert windows that are in any of our pre-made channels, which essentially is a layout, conglomerate of scans and charts. There's, the live alerts that are here in Holly. That's, something you can do as well. And just if you were doing that, I think the best way generally to go to Holly is go new AI premium strategy trades window here. And when you open that, just make sure that the filters here are set to none and strategies are set to all, so that you can see the whole blotter of Holly. That would be my recommendation there. But if you have something more specific that you're looking for, If you could kind of give me a nudge in that direction. Like I said, all the data here is live in real time. For example, my race here, that's live in real time. This is happening now. All right, sorry, just checking some internal messages to make sure I'm not missing something and helping someone with things. And again, keep those questions coming for me. Keep those questions coming for me, please. All right. Has Holly changed in the last year, been away from TI? I don't think so, Stan. There's been no. There's one hiccup right now. We were trying to make it so that you could filter the history. It didn't translate over properly, so it's the plumbing's being fixed on that, and I would like it fixed sooner than later. But anyways, outside of that, there's nothing changed with Holly, Stan. How do you trade using the web browser? We don't have the Brokerage Plus. This Brokerage Plus here, you can't use that in the web browser, unfortunately. There's a few things that are not in the web version. So you'd have to trade manually to your broker regardless. And even if you were in the Windows download app, we only directly connect to E-Trade and Interactive Brokers right now. There is something there for Alpaca, but we don't have the documentation to support it right now as we're waiting for Alpaca's compliance team to sign off on education documents for their platform. So if you're on the web browser, no Brokerage Plus for trading to IBKR, E-Trade, or even our simulator there, Quicksilver. And again, continue to fire those questions for me, folks. So far, I think a good session so far. Hopefully folks are getting something out of this. No, there is no way to do that for connecting to Thinkorswim. Unfortunately, before Thinkorswim was even moved to Schwab, when it was TD Ameritrade, their API is horrifically bad, and they had no interest in making any improvements upon it, and it was just not a usable API for us to connect to. So the only broker that has a true, real, reliable API at this point that we found is Interactive Brokers. Alpaca actually has a good one too, but it's been a long journey for us to integrate into that. It's it's tough. That's all there is to it. Anyways, with that said, no Thinkorswim direct connection, only external linking for Thinkorswim. I use Thinkorswim, so I wish there was a direct connection. And I beta tested the Thinkorswim connection we tried to create. There was just no making it work, and Thinkorswim was never going to work with us on it. So it was one of those things. Hey, your API doesn't work well, and they said, "Hey, okay," and that was the end of the conversation. Yeah, there's just no. It doesn't have anything to do with the test run or with the test drive or anything like that, Quicksilver. It's just the web version is just missing certain functions that the download version has. The Brokerage Plus interface isn't there. If you want the Brokerage Plus interface, you have to be on the downloaded Windows app. Sorry. Is the AI limited to the number of trades? The last trade was around 10. No, there's no limit, and I'd say generally Holly will alert in between 3 and 10 stocks in a day. I've seen as few as 0. There's been a couple of days where there's been 0. I'd say since the AI's inception, and I guess what was it, early 2016, and now I'd say I've seen probably 5 or 6 times that the AI made no trades at all. Like Brexit was a day where it didn't make a trade. There's probably a day or two during the COVID crash that it didn't make a trade or two. I can't remember all the specific dates, but generally, that's when it happens. I think the trades usually get clustered, I'll say, in between 9:40 a.m. Eastern and 11 a.m. Eastern, but that doesn't mean that there won't be trades after then. I've never used Bookmap. I know of it. I think it has to do with looking at order books through the brokers, but I'm not really that familiar with it, so I don't want to ignorantly state something about Bookmap that's incorrectly. Can you show us how early TI alerts would have found? I could have found it as early as you wanted in theory, based on the alert window. For example, let's see, this scan that I have here, it found it 11:17. This scan found it here at 11:17 on this boost, but I could have found it at God knows what time. This probably didn't find it earlier because of filter metrics in here. I don't even use this alert. It's just a random alert window that I created at some point in time. Come on now. Sorry, I'm running so much software this gets delayed. So for example, this has got a minimum price of $10 in here. So if I put that minimum price at 4, let's see how early this would have found it. Run history. So here we go. This found this at 10 o'clock, basically. Way back and down here, it found it, And again, it only found it because it cracked the $4 level at that point, because it was under $4 still at that point. So, we could, you could engineer an alert window to have found that as early as you wanted there. Height 11. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I had that on the right name. I've never used Bookmap. I've never loaded it. The only thing I've ever seen in Bookmap is like if I'm scrolling through Twitter and someone posts a screenshot of it, and I've probably seen about 3 or 4 screenshots of Bookmap ever. I tried using TOS, call or put option tickers and Brokerage Plus, but it didn't recognize the tickers. Where can I find? So Brokerage, first off, Brokerage Plus is it's only going to have stocks in there, David. There's no options change. You can't find options chains in it. Sorry. It only directly connects with IBKR and E-Trade. It's got to be a stock though. It won't have options chains in there for you, David. TI has data similar to black box stocks or option strat. I'm not familiar with either one of those. I'm not sure who those are. Sorry. I used to use Black Bookmap and it was helpful, but TOS dropped it during their transfer to Schwab. I'm not, I just use the active trader tab in Thinkorswim and, for limiting and laddering in and out of trades and positions. I use it very basically, Thinkorswim. Is it possible to connect Brokerage Plus with TradingView? No, Brokerage Plus only connects with IBKR's Trader Workstation and E-Trade. That's it. Those are the only two. You can indirectly connect to TradingView. You can externally link your scans to TradingView. Here's for anybody that's interested in external linking. Here's a video on external linking. It covers Thinkorswim, Trader Workstation, and TradingView for anybody that wants those. I put that in both the different chats that I'm monitoring here. The biggest key to external linking is you must must right click both trade ideas and the target program and run them as administrator. So if you look on my screen here, Trader Workstation, right click, run as administrator. You must do that for both programs, trade ideas and the target program. Also, as a disclaimer, we try to link to as many platforms as we can externally, but we cannot anticipate what linking to multiple platforms will do, right? So, there's got to be probably, I conservatively would guess over the years that I've been doing this, 30 different platforms that people have asked us about linking to, right? So if someone tries to link to 10 different platforms, we cannot anticipate how platform 1 and platform 4 will react to each other being running at the same time with this linking. So sometimes when you're trying to link to multiple platforms, you have to build those links in different orders. So for example, link platform 1, then 2, then 3, or sometimes you might have to go 2, 3, then 1 as examples. With an infinite amount of combinations, there's just no way we can anticipate all that. Just simply not possible. Can I set an alert when a candle retraces? No, we don't compare candles. What you can do is this, though. We do have time frames. So for example, if we go into configure and we go to search, we can go change. And you could use one of these change filters in percent or dollars and use one of those. So I could add this here and I could say add filter. And I could say I want to see over the last 2 minutes, the stocks they've moved down minus 2%, for example. And so if I put that in here, it'll show me stocks where the price is flat over the last 2 minutes, where the price is down no more than 2% over the last few minutes. Or I could even I could flip it to the other side. I could put it in here on the max side. Let me just do it through this. I go minus 2, and it would say, show me stocks where the price is down at least 2% over the last 2 minutes. So you're finding a retrace over the last 2 minutes of 2%. That is what you could do there, Miri. But we don't compare candles in filters. We have rolling time frames like that. And you can look at it through the change option here. There's also, you could try to find position and range. Sorry, position in. If you type position in, you'll get the different position and range options that we have here. And you could also try range. Or another set of filters. Let me just go to filters, and we have range and a bunch of different time frames as well. If you're trying to find something that's in some sort of range over a time period, those are the items that I would point you to there, Miri. You see dark pool and large block transition on trade ideas, but is not an options flow scanner. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Perfect Circle. Perfect. For those of you that are new here, Perfect Circle is I guess I'd have to call you a long-time trade ideas user at this point. I have no idea when you started, but you've been here for at least several years now. So, Perfect's got he's a good part of the trade ideas community here. He's what I would call a shining example of a great addition to the trade ideas community here on the, hanging out in the YouTube channel, always chiming in different stocks he brings up and mentions and talks of scanning and things of that nature. So, people like that are, very valued here, or at least in my view, are very valued here. Almost 3 years. All right. So yeah, I was right. Yeah. So yeah, the 15-minute volume, 35. What's that telling you? At 35 relative volume. So let me bring up that chart. Peter's got a question regarding some volume metrics around PRLD. Now let's take a look here. I apologize for some of the slowness here. I'm running, I've got the YouTube stream, a Zoom stream, several other softwares running at the same time for troubleshooting. So it kind of bogs me down. So, what I'd be looking at is this here. Relative volume is relative, right? This is a great example. I'm glad Peter brings this up, right? So this stock right now, relative volume says it's trading 3.93 times what it's normally trading to this point in the day. if the volume pace were to increase, we would see this number increase here. If it decreases, we'll see that number decrease here. But what it's important to understand, this is relative to this stock's 30-day trading history right now. And it's only traded 147,000 shares on the day. So I don't think that's a liquid stock at all. I think, is it illiquid? No, but it's certainly not liquid, right? And so that number is relative to this stock right now. So what it's telling us right now is, yeah, sure, this is trading nearly 4 times what it's normally trading over its historical base of 30 days, but it doesn't have a lot of liquidity. So is the relative volume high? Yes. Is the liquidity high? No. If we look at Apple, now let's look at those numbers, right? Apple has traded 34 million shares on the day, but it's only trading about 1 1/3. It's on pace to trade about 1 1/3 of its normal volume here over a historical 30-day base, right? So again, relative, really, really key word in that there. And so, again, Peter, what that's telling you is, relatively speaking, that stock's trading a bit more than normal. But is that a value? That value is in the eye of the stock or the trader, right? And to me, no value there, because it's a fairly illiquid stock. But that doesn't mean it's not valued of somebody else, right? Someone else may be finding value in that. Sorry, and a couple of messages coming to me here. All right. So I think so far so good here. Again, if I miss something, please, Barry's going to come back in a couple of minutes here. I suspect he's listening, because he always is. And take your time, Barry. Don't rush back in on my account. But if I missed something, or I didn't cover something enough, or I wasn't clear about something, please let me know. I want to make sure, before I part ways here, at least on the YouTube side of things, that I'm getting you folks some answers that make sense and are helping and giving you some value here. I don't want anybody to walk away from this and not feel like, that I was attentive to what they were asking and trying to get there. A way to measure volatility? Yeah, we got a few ways to measure volatility. Great question. Love that. All right, so if we come into the search of scan, one of the great things about the search is we just type in whatever we want in the search terms. And if it doesn't return anything, then we wouldn't have it, generally speaking. So if I start to type in volatility, we've got these here. These 2 filters is what I'd first point you towards here. All right. And a lot of times with anything, we need some context, right? So if I go ahead and I click on this, and I say, gee, what is that going to mean? Go ahead, click on it, and then press help. And it's going to give you this help page here. And it's going to go over what these filters are doing here. And that'll apply to any filter and any alert. So really, really great and important piece to know here to add content text to anything that we're doing. So that's one spot I'd point you to volatility. There's other ways to think of volatility as well. So we got beta. So you might want to check that out as well. Move that down so it's inside the circle, right? So you have beta here. Ignore those customs. Please ignore those customs. Look at this beta up here. All right. It was just something that I was playing around with, and just ignore those. So this beta here, and essentially, beta is looking at a stock's volatility as compared to the S&P 500 is what the beta is there. And I feel like there's one other volatility one that I was messing around with one day. My memory's failing me here. Give me a second. What was the other one, Chris? Come on. Let's just go through filters. Bid ask. If that volatility is there. Guess you could use yearly standard deviation as another volatility metric. Average true range. I could have sworn there was something else I was playing around with. Maybe it was just those ones. There's so many data points that are in here. It just never stops. Good thing, bad thing, however you want to, interpret that. I guess maybe that was it. Standard deviations. It is another form of measuring volatility. I guess in a sense you could use linear regression divergence. Not exactly, but yeah, I guess that's all of them. Yep. All right, those are the big ones I'd point you towards. Yep. That beta and the other two volatility filters. I mean, you could also use range and things like that. Is there a number that's subjective, right? It's like, is there a number of pepperoni slices that go on a pizza that make it good? And someone that likes a lot of pepperoni is going to tell you 100 slices, and someone that likes just a little pepperoni is going to tell you 3 pieces of pepperoni, right? It would be subjective to what you're trying to do with the filter. One of the things you might consider is this, because I think you asked some back testing questions. So one of the things you might consider is run a back test on a scan, for example, and I'm just going to run this back test real fast here. And then as soon as that finishes, I'm going to show you where I want to send you, or the direction I think might help you. If you come into the optimization tab here and you go to other filters, we could then scroll down and we could look for those. It's pretty much in alphabetical order, the other filters here. So if I go into the volatility percent here, I could see how this filter is affecting that scan. And I could break it down. You see it's in intervals of 2. I could break that down, let's say intervals of 0.5% or 0.25%, so on and so forth. And it tells me the total number of trades that they were over that time period of the back test. I don't want to overwhelm you too much, but just kind of give you an idea of how you might be able to use this to interpret the importance or the significance of that volatility filter in any alert window that you've created. So, that's where I would, so again, back on, the top, or the idea that these things are subjective. The first part of that subjectiveness is first ask yourself, what am I looking for out of this filter, right? And then that takes some of that ambiguity out of that, and you can then start to drill into what values would be most effective for assisting you in the kind of scanning that you're looking to do, essentially. Hopefully that made sense. I think it did. Let me know if not. Sorry. I look for over 2 in relative volume. I'm a day trader. Is that correct? I don't think there's any correct number. That you have some people, Peter, that all they do is they trade Apple all day, every day, or they trade Tesla all day, every day. And those two stocks never really have high relative volume numbers, right? So again, it becomes subjective, If you're trying to, find more momentum type of stocks and things like that, then usually, generally speaking, you're going to want a higher relative volume, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So again, I think we're doing all right here as far as my answers. I hope, you know, I'd like, folks to walk away from these sessions, feeling a lot more confident and knowledgeable with the software. And, one thing I always hear Barry say, and I think it's really, really important to hit home and hammer on, is that you don't have to know everything about the software. It's likely impossible to know everything about the software. You need to figure out who you are as a trader, which isn't always who we think we are as a trader. Something lesson that I had to learn the hard way. And then from there, how that applies to the different items in the software, whether it's the types of scanning that we can do, the different alert types, filter types, and then that branches off into indicators you may or may not use on your charts. For example, you look at my daily chart, I got one thing on there, position, a period low of 20. That's it. I don't like stuff on my daily charts. Other technical analysts that I've, quote unquote, rubbed elbows with, they look at it and they're like, you're out of your mind. You should have, this, that, and the other thing on there. How could you call yourself a technical analyst without those things on there? And again, it's what makes a market, right? These are the things that make a market. On my intraday charts, I've got a VWAP and an 8 EMA. I'd probably even likely take off that 8 EMA at some point and just do the VWAP. I don't even look at the 8 EMA as much as I used to be honest. Just evolving over time. It is what it is.
Yes, yes, yes. To everything Chris has said for the last hour. only caught the last 10 minutes, but I'm sure the first 50 were just gems.
Well, only time will tell.
Only time will tell, exactly. All right, my friend. Thank you for spelling me. You can take off now, and I'll take over now.
Excellent. And all right, for those of you, I'm going to have this. Let me share this in the chat. Barry's got the screen back. Perfect. Just before I go, anybody that wants to join me on the Zoom side, I'm going to take a couple minute break here and I get right back on it. Again, it's not meant to be sit here and just ask me questions nonstop, like, help me with a trading plan or trading strategy or anything like that. But if you're hung up on something in the software, something with the back testing or something with Brokerage Plus, or, hey, I'm trying to create this kind of alert window, can you help me with that? That's what I'm there for. Help you get a quick answer, send you on your way, hopefully into strengthening you with the software like that. So that's that Zoom link there. Like I said, I'm going to take a couple minute break on that side. And Barry, thank you very kindly. And I will, I'll see you between here and there.
All right, you will. Okay, thanks.
Take care,
guys.
everybody.
All right, guys, I'm back in the both rooms now. Let me get my music going. I'm not in a trade. Sugar. I thought I was in a trade. I was trying to get Sats as a short, and I put it in, and they just didn't fill me. A lot of shares available, 2 million shares, but I guess it must have moved. Must have moved on me. This is an earnings play. Sats and Dish are just getting hammered. Sats and Dish. And Dish is this is an all-time low now for Sats, and Dish, of course, is not of course, but it is an all-time low also. Man, I thought I had this Sats. Oh well. Then you can see. I mean, you can see Dish trades a few options, 32,000 to be exact, which is 192% of normal. Where Sats hardly trades options, 196 total, and that's only 32% of normal. So that's not showing up here, but where it was showing up is here on my compare count. The earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down, and I kept seeing Sats as a crawl. And again, I am sharing this one. Actually, more earnings plays than I thought today. Yeah, so the position closing only. So I guess, well, I guess what it obviously means, if you're in a position, they'll allow you to close it, but they're not going to allow any new positions. That the PCO. I don't think that's the case at Interactive Brokers. You can't short it, but I don't think that's the case at Interactive Brokers, that they won't let you buy it. I'm talking about the LIFW. Not that I want to buy it now, but so I think William said that Cano and LIFW they're somehow connected. I can't see any news on either. Not readily available anyway. I don't see any news headlines. Yeah, I mean, I don't see that there's any news on it. Yeah, so it's one of those things that drive you so crazy trying to figure it out. So Cano has a stake in LIFW. Okay, thank you, AJ. Yeah, somebody in the main room said the same thing. I don't know what the percentage they own, but they're pretty happy. I mean, look at this. I mean, there was really no clue this was going to happen in the pre-market. None, zero. There's where it closed. There's after hours. There's Friday's action. That's that mauve area, flatlining this morning, just flatlining, flatlining, flatlining. At 9:30, it got up to 349. Even then, didn't necessarily mean that it was going to do this. If I buy when the price crosses above the 5-day, what do I say? Well, does it meet your trading plan to do that, Trader Tim? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but does it meet your trading plan to you see, you're asking if I buy when the price crosses above the 5-day, what the 5-day high, 5-day moving average, but whatever that 5-day means, well, does that meet your trading style or your plan? I mean, I never do that. I never just buy something because it, broke the 200-day moving average, or other things have to come into factor or are factored. But I'm not. So I don't know what you mean exactly. If I buy when the price crosses above the 5-day, what do I suggest? Pretty. It's a pretty wide open question, really, though. The stats would have been awesome. I was at my in and around 1188, and it wasn't the uptick rule necessarily. I mean, it might have been, but I held there, and then it just moved too fast. Ah, I see. Traders circulate that Cano is a major owner of LFIW, but I cannot find any data to support that statement. So now, AJ, are you saying that there's a 123G filing from a month ago, and that's where you found that information? I'm speaking to somebody in our YouTube room, William, saying there's a 123G filing from a month ago. And I guess that must be a Cano, a CANO filing. Sorry, a 13G, 13G. You're right, 13G. So he must have, AJ must have gone and found that from a month ago. Teamwork. So Trader Tim, can you hear me? I mean, did you understand what I was saying? Okay, good. Okay, so William, I'll take off. I might say hang around a little bit later just in case there are some questions. I'll always stay later for questions after 3, but William was certainly, whoa, look at this market now, guys. This is on the wrong the wrong way. Remember last week I was going, wow, look at this market. But now, whoa, look at this market. Um, so William will keep the room open until 4:15 and the main room open. Yeah, so Balu, I don't make, not an investment advisor, so I cannot say, well, you should enter this one right now as an example, okay? I mean, again, we always come back to this. It has to meet some kind of a trading plan for you. And I'm not just talking to you. I mean, I saw the Sats because for me, a stock that, is at an all-time low, which it was, breaking down through that whole number, which I saw, for me, that makes a very desirable trade for me. Now, do I see one like that right now? No. I mean, look at the CLDX. I mean, this is still up quite a bit, but it is giving it up in a pretty big way. This was an earnings play, is an earnings play. It got up to almost $40, dropped right down to 29 now. I mean, this got room obviously underneath 2468. This does not look good. Then you get some of these, maybe I'm being too harsh, but some of these clowns, Wainwright raising the target to 80 from 73 as a stock. I mean, they didn't just come out with that, that was this morning, but where they're getting these insane valuations, anybody's guess, other than maybe just trying to prop the stock out, price up. They've got customers involved in it. If we want to be sort of looking at it as a conspiracy theory, here's another one that caught my eye: ZNTL. I don't think it's an all-time low. It is an all-time low. So here's another one that's catching my eye. Okay. Uh-oh. We just got the big black window again, guys, or is that just Jack? I hope it's just Jack. Guys, can you see my screen? Okay. Okay. It's just Jack. Phew. Jack, you might have to do a refresh. Okay. There's a gear somewhere. Maybe do a refresh. Maybe change browsers. No, YouTube has always been okay. Thanks, John. We had a problem though in the last, I don't know, 45 minutes on Friday where my screen, I could not project my screen. And there was finally, Pepe came up with a fix that worked. But that's exactly what people started to say. They just saw a black screen. So it appears to be just you, Jack. So do a refresh, maybe change browsers, maybe come in and out of the room because there's really nothing I can do on my end. Yeah, my new computer, move, get a new electric. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, and we're not trying to be trivial about it, but with all sorts of different computer setups, etc. I mean, it's yeah, just try and see if that works, Jack. So I was just talking about the ZNTL. I mean, there's another one that's an all-time low underneath the whole number. It's a lot like SATs. Not, I mean, it has nothing to do with SATs in terms of it's not the same sector, but SATs and Dish are probably in the same sector. In fact, they've got to be. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. All right, so this is what I do. It only takes me about 5 minutes. But just in case I have, and hopefully this is when it happened last on Friday, that we had the problems with the screen sharing when it came back. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But we think we have a fix, so it's a pretty quick one if it does happen. So say 126, it should not be that long. But again, just in case, some technical issues while I'm doing it. Hey guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see Sats is continuing down and Dish is continuing down. How about that other one that I was looking at, ZNTL? No, hasn't moved really. So, I mean, there's still a chance here, guys. There is still a chance. ZNTL, this is actually an earnings play. It is an earnings play. So what I'm going to do with it is just maybe put an alert down here around 1280. Looks like that was kind of the low, and see if it takes that out later on as our market is starting to, well, give it up. You know, it's the first negative day we've had in 4. So, and you know, this day we still have 2.5 hours left. All right, guys. Well, again, as I said earlier today, I'm probably not going to trade very much. I thought I was in the Sats trade, but I was not. So probably not going to trade very much. Going to try to just ask or answer as many questions as I can. So if you have any, please ask. Let's take a trade here. I just want to show again, see how this simulator works. In fact, let's do a short. Let's do that short of the ZNTL. Okay, let's take a short of that one. And so to short, let's do 300 shares. I'm going to sell it. Look at the spread is okay. Sell, send. Okay, so that's how. Now, if you've never shorted before, I know shorting seems like this foreign, exotic thing to do. It really isn't. Just think of this way, you know, and I'll try to keep it very simple. When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up in price. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down in price. I mean, that's the crux of it. Okay. Now, when you buy a stock, generally speaking, you know, like somebody said earlier, LAFW, LAFW wasn't available to buy at the start. But I mean, I would say that 99.999% of the time, if you want to buy a stock, you can buy it. It's that simple. If you want to short a stock, though, a couple factors. First of all, your broker has to have shorts available. Okay, that's number one. And every broker is different. When we get the question, why can't you have a scan that tells me if shorts are available? Well, all depends on your broker. Okay. So, you know, like I can look at my broker, which is Interactive Brokers, and I can tell that there are 621,000 shares right now for ZNTL. Okay, right now. You know, if I look at it an hour from now, it could be less. Maybe people are taking those shares and shorting, or it could be more. People are covering their position. Okay. So again, if what I want by taking this short of ZNTL at 1285, I want it to go down, down, down. And if it say gets down to a level that I like, say 1260, then I go buy the shares. I sell them and then I buy them. Okay. I mean, it's just have to, you know, look at it differently. Okay. You buy something, you want to go up in price when you short something, you want it to go down in price. Okay. And then of course your broker has to have shorts available. Can't answer that, Tim. If you want, I can't. I really, that's an accounting thing, right? So I'm not trying to pass the buck, but all I can do is post that to the guys and see what they say. Okay. I have no. Oh, you already sent it to support. Okay. Well, oh, I see. So maybe the challenge account wasn't there. Well, I don't know what else to say. Okay. If it wasn't there, maybe it hadn't been enacted yet. So I don't know. I can't, I don't know what they're going to say. They're probably just going to say, well, it wasn't there yet, unfortunately. I don't know when that became active. So now I should post this link. I'm assuming it's active now. So this is the contest that Tim is talking about, open to people who've taken the test drive. And please click on it. I don't know anything more than what you're going to see here. Okay. So do I look at the volume more on ZNTL or the number of shorts available? Well, the volume of when you say volume, remember, the only reason I see ZNTL is because the relative volume, it meets all my parameters, right? It has high relative volume. The minimum volume, of course, is okay. It's not an option trader, but oh, in fact, it probably just snuck in. Yeah, I'm just going to say it must have just snuck in because you can see how it is now, 535 contracts. Remember, the minimum here is 500. That's in my filter, 500 contracts. So it just snuck in, and that is about 3 times normal. So it's now, having shorts available. Yeah, I mean, I guess if there are a lot of shorts available, you could apply a theory that, well, okay, that means that anybody who is looking to short certainly have shorts available. As to something that only has maybe a few thousand, but it's not necessarily a direct correlation. Okay, and again, I'm only looking at Interactive Brokers, Brian. That's all. I mean, some other brokerage platform. I see 621,000 available Interactive Brokers. Some other platform could have 400, some could have a million. It really depends on the broker. And then you get sort of short specialist brokers like Centerpoint, and they may have several million. I don't know. But oh man, Sats is just I see that HGV now is moving down again after I think it had a little pull up. Sorry, wrong one, wrong one. Dish is moving down. Sorry. Dish is just a collapse. Wow, just a complete and utter collapse. The Dish network, all-time low, earnings play, just an utter collapse. So I also want to put in the test drive link. You can still sign up for the test drive. Okay, you'll have the balance of today plus 9 trading days. Oh, how do I make trade ideas say hallelujah? Okay. or anything else. Okay. So the question, so with alert windows and multi-strategy, no, just a brief word about a multi-strategy window. A multi-strategy window is just several alert windows in one window. Okay, typically people use multi-strategy windows because maybe screen space they don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe they've only got one monitor. So instead of having here's an alert window, another alert window, another alert window, you can combine them all and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. You can see all these are just two alert windows that I put in here. Okay, that's all they are. Now I have screen space is not an issue for me, but sometimes what I like to do is in a multi-strategy window, group very similar strategies. This is moving higher with unusually strong options. This is moving lower, and you can see how I've color coded it in brown lower and in light blue. And again, if you're listening to me and think, I can't understand that, I can't, how can I do that? First of all, you can ask me how to create a multi-strategy window, okay? And I'll certainly demonstrate it, but don't worry about all these things right now if you're brand new, okay? But you asked about how to put a sound. Well, you can put a sound alert on an alert window, on a multi-strategy window, on our AI, and on our price alerts window. And it's simple. You just right click and go to actions here. Okay, actions. And then there's that click play sound. Then you set up the sound. Okay. So you can have one window with text to speech if you want. You don't have to, of course, but it's pretty popular. So in other words, the symbol will be read out. But you only want to do it with one window. And the reason being is that you want to have a different sound alert for each window. Because when you hear the sound, you want to know instantly which window to look at. So you don't want to have them all text to speech because you'd never know which window to look at. So again, so you could have one window text to speech if you want. You don't have to, but if you want. Otherwise, use the custom sound, select the sound. So these are three folders that we have for you. Mad Money. In here, you can see we have some sound alerts. One of them is Hallelujah, as an example. I think you asked that question quite a while ago, so I'm not sure you're still in the room. Okay, so but you can pick any one you want. Here's Hallelujah. You click on it, you can open it, you play it. If you like it, great. You say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached. That sound gets attached to the window. I think this is slightly different. Right click, properties, okay, and then actions. For some reason this is unchecked. And again, you do the same thing. You set up the sound, select the sound. And again, these are three folders. Some more sound alerts are here. And here's some more sound alerts. Okay, so we have a lot of different sound alerts. And I know some of you want to create your own sound alerts. I guess you can. You can just create your own sound alerts and put them, they have to be into this folder. So then you can have a folder with your own sound alerts if you want. Don't ask me how, I don't do it. But if you know how to create sound alerts and put them into a folder, then just put them in here. Then you can create your own sound alerts if you feel that we don't have enough of them. Okay. Okay. So Elijah, let me just see what's happening here. So do you have a similar screen though? Okay, that says strategy trades all. Do you have a similar screen that looks like this? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Because I think I know what's going on. And the other thing, are you part of the test drive? Remember, I'm only displaying this for the test drive, okay? For the 2 weeks that, because if a person is part of the test drive, you have access to this. If you just are currently a standard subscriber, you don't have access to this. And so when the test drive is over, I do not display this screen anymore because it wouldn't be fair to people who pay for the premium service. Okay. So if you can see my screen, so it looks like this. Do you see the filter where it says filter? I think what's happened is just whatever is checked, just uncheck it if something is checked. So this says none, then you should see them all. Let me know if that worked, okay? If you can see my screen where it says filter, that just make sure, and it's a drop down menu. Just what if something is checked here, just uncheck it, and then you should see none. And then the trade should populate. Let me know if that worked. So nothing is checked, and so it does say none. All right. Now, did you? It's possible. Are you getting everything else? Are you getting other alerts from other? Do you have any other scans up and running? You know, I know I'm asking several questions at a time, but do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Do you have a green ball if you can see where I'm pointing at, which means you have a live connection? So maybe you can say, yes, I have a green ball, and then tell me if you're getting any other alerts from any other window that you may have open. So you could say, yes, I have a green ball, and yes, I'm getting alerts from other windows. Okay. So it's very possible then, Elijah, that if you're not getting anything, even though you have a green ball, is that you may have not filled out your exchange agreements. Okay. It's a common thing with people. They don't realize they have to fill out an exchange agreement, which basically says, to NASDAQ and New York and Amex that you're not a professional trader and all that. So this is what I can do. Save you some time, perhaps. Well, I just put the homepage link in, all right? So if you click on the homepage link, and then you see where it says need help, click on the need help, and then click on the ask. Give them your email address that you use to sign up for the service, okay? Then they can check your account and they'll tell you if something is wrong with it. And it's more than likely it's the exchange agreements, and they'll give you a link and then you can just fill them in. Basically, you're going to just say, I'm assuming you're not a professional trader and all that. It just has to be done though. Okay, let me know if that worked. Boy, Dish and Sats are just it's a race to the bottom for both of these. Oh, this is hard to look at, guys, for me. It would have been my only trade of the day. Airbnb, they're under a lot of pressure. Not just from that you're talking about, but because I know, well, I guess that was right there. I guess that news must have hit right around here, but with the thing about Italy. But there's a lot of cities that are saying no more short-term rentals and making it that it's got to be, I don't know, several weeks, even a month, which is not Airbnb's real model, is it? I mean, I'm sure they have people that do that, but I don't think that is the bulk of their business. I New York City did that a while back, and I think I just read another city is doing the same thing. Captain. Well, whatever their reasoning is, it certainly is putting a damper on Airbnb's. Now they had earnings on the first, so what happened? Sorry, right here. Post market, so reaction is on the second. So, you know, not no big collapse by any stretch, but there was the candle. There's the daily candle for it. And guys, if you're part of the test drive, I guess, well, if you're part of the test drive, I am sharing my layout, virtually the same thing you see on the screen. Okay, so if you want my layout, you can, and you can always tweak it. You don't like a certain price range that I like to see, or so this is an earnings play also. NSSC is an earnings play also. Didn't really see it in the pre-market for some reason. Probably the volume was way too light. Okay, so Steve H, first of all, are you a new trader though? Also, suffering from information overload. Okay, um, are you a new trader? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and that's what I've heard too, Larry. Well, wow, losing for a year. Are you? Have you ever really practiced trading, like using a simulator? And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This has been also, I mean, this has not been an easy stretch. I mean, actually, Thursday and Friday were probably, like, there's nothing easy about trading, but when the market was ripping the way it was, I mean, many things would have worked. But, for this past 6 months to a year, it's been a pretty choppy environment to trade. I mean, I have not found it easy myself. So if you did okay with that options, why did you switch? So, if you did options, I mean, you may want to, take a look at the abnormal option activity scan. Not too many alerts. One of the things about when you're trading and with trade ideas, you can get overwhelmed. You can say, well, I have to have this setup, I have to have that setup, I have to have 10 different setups. You've got 10 different alert windows, you've got four top list windows, everything going at once. You're clicking like mad and getting nothing done. That is, yes, that would be definitely information overload. What I try to do here, I've said several times that if I weren't moderating a trading room, I would probably just look at this. Very few alerts come in. I mean, this is it. Total number of alerts over the course of the day in the abnormal option activity, and just these one. Doesn't mean I take every trade, of course. This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. But it's not like I get 10 all at once. So I have all sorts of time to, click on an alert. Does it meet my style of trading? I mean, it meets a lot of things because it's got the high relative volume, it's got the good enough volume itself, um, things like that. So a lot, and it's in the price range I like. So I mean, a lot of things, I know I want to see the trade, I want to see the alert, but doesn't mean I want to trade it. Okay. And that's why you have to have some kind of a trading plan, a style. Here, like this one right here. Here's BMBL. Here's the VWAP at 1280. Some of you might look at this and go, well, you know what? Let's see if it pulls back to the VWAP, which is at 1280. It's just underneath it right now. It's been fading. Maybe the VWAP holds it and it bounces, or maybe it just piles right through the VWAP and continues down and turns into a good short. You won't know, of course. You can't know ahead of time. But I think, to simplify things is to maybe only have a couple of alert windows, maybe one top list window. You can have the AI. I use the AI is just a watch list, okay? And then you can practice trading. And it's going to be very active for the balance of the week. I mean, just see what's happening for next week in terms of earnings. Yeah, so we have about 1,160 companies, okay, releasing earnings this week. Okay, about 1,160 companies releasing earnings this week. Next week, no way it's going to be that much, but it's still going to be a lot. So this is what happens. I mean, it really drops, guys. Next week we have a 240. So this is the last big week of earnings season. Okay, this is the last one. Again, over 1,000 companies, and next week we're down to about 250. 250 is still, a lot, like enough, but we will, and then the week after it'll start to dwindle and more until, next earnings season. Well, I only use it as a watch list ad, Ben. Okay. I mean, because when I say I didn't say it's only a watch list. I mean, I use it as a watch list. Everybody will use the AI in a different way, I guess. And I can't prevent people from just entering the minute they get an alert. I wouldn't do again, I always will click on an alert, check to see what's happening. That's why you have to have some trading experience. What's the market doing? Am I gonna go long when the market is really like 4 15-minute candles straight down? Am I really gonna do that? But the thing is, it sets it up for you because you do have a suggested entry with a stop. And then how you trade them, that's what I mean. It's like I mean, this one really, see, look at this. In fact, see how well did it do. Okay. So this is why we always talk about the AI kind of man and machine. So here's the machine that, hey, I have an alert for you for this HGV at 9:55 Eastern time at 34:15. Okay. Look what it did. 34.15, and before it pulled up at all, it dropped a dollar. That's why. So if you're a trader, you would never let it come all the way back up, above your short price. You've got to be paying attention and more than likely taking some profit in this area. And as it gets closer, to the actual alert price, maybe getting out entirely. But a trader would never ever, let a situation, shouldn't anyway, where you're up a dollar on a trade in a fairly short period of time, and then let it just swing back so you're negative, right? So, okay, does that make sense? That's why I say it's like a watch list, and you can trade around it. I mean, just because, here's a break long, okay? 2085, now it's at 2093. Who knows? Maybe if it takes this out right here, this 21, maybe it has another run. Put a price alert there. It had an amazing run at the beginning. You had an alert at 2085 before it pulled back, another one that moved the dollar up to 21.99. You would never, as a trader, to let it come right back. So you might say, okay, well, you know what? Maybe later on it has another pop. You pick an area where you think, this is where trading experience has to come in. You can kind of see that if it can get over 2105 again on some volume. So you just set a price alert. If it triggers, if the price gets up to that level, my price alert window, oops, you see right down here, see there's the alert right there. It's on right at the bottom of the list, but you minimize your price alert window. So if that happened, this price alert window is going to pop up. You would see it right at the top. You could put a sound alert on it. I do that because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I'll wander away from my computer. And I know the sound this price alert window is going to make because I put a specific sound on it. I can come back racing in. Now, just because I get a sound alert or I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. Now, for instance, with the ALK, for this one, ALKT, let's just say it did trigger. But it's interesting. There is volume coming in, but it's on the downside. Okay. But let's just say it did take this out and there was a huge volume spike and with buying volume, which would be blue, okay, would be a nice big blue bar. Then that gets me really interested. It's interesting that we did have a volume spike. It really hasn't moved. You can see there is a lot to trading. If you're brand new to all of this and thinking the trade ideas is the answer, we are the answer if you're looking for real-time alerts and you have some kind of a trading plan, and we can help you put together, some scans that might be part of your trading plan. But, it really, and I'm gonna put this link in again. So, I mean, if you're new to trade, I'm just talking to you, Ben, anybody listening to all this, and you're new to trading, thinking, "My goodness, I signed up for this test drive because I thought it was gonna teach me how to trade." No, unfortunately, that is not the but if you click on my homepage and one of the scans or one of the, tabs, Trading 101, and it's free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. It's a series of videos starting off with what is a stock, okay? You don't have to look at every single video, but this runs you through, a lot of the different aspects of trading. And I think the last two videos talk about how you have to have some kind of a trading plan. It can't just be, well, that looks good to me. I mean, listen, if that looks good to me as your trading plan and it works, fine. Okay. But there usually has to be some kind of a reason for taking a trade. Otherwise, you're just guessing. And with trade ideas or any other sort of a trading plan, nothing, every trade obviously is not going to work. Okay. All we're trying to do, I mean, look, I talked about this one, ZNTL, the breakdown through that whole, in my style of trading, the breakdown through that whole number kind of held that whole number for a while and now it's breaking down, but plus it's an all-time low. That's my style of trading. Doesn't have to be your style of trading. But that's why you have to practice in a simulator before you commit money to the market. You just throw money at the market without knowing what you're doing. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible to do it, to make money, but it's unlikely. The other thing to figure, well, it should be somewhat obvious, but I mean, is making money in the market, is it sort of something you're just trying to supplement? You already have a job and you're just trying to supplement your income? Or is this it? Is this something that I have to make money in the market in order to live? If that's the case, very, very, very hard, if not impossible. Sorry, I put two links together in our YouTube room. Sorry about that. Because the worst time to trade is when you're trading under pressure. You have to make money. I mean, it's unreasonable. All right. So I'm answering. Okay, but admin, not but. I shouldn't say but. So, but what is but? I did it again. What is your style of trading? I mean, you're perfect. You don't have any pressure to make money, so you're perfect. But what is your like? What is your plan? Are you only looking at stocks between $1 and $10, or are you looking at large cap stocks? Are you like, what were you short? Like, what is your style or plan to trade? Nobody's going to be able to tell you, how to use the screener without some kind of a plan on your end. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. How much are you prepared to risk per trade? I know you say you're just going to take a small account. You want to risk $50 a trade, $100 a trade, $25 a trade. I mean, there's a lot to your question. There's nobody's going to say this is what you should do. The screener, remember, and by the way, I know it's a subtle, well, not really for us as a company, it is not a subtle difference. We are a scanner. There are lots of screeners out there. This is screening. Our top lists screen. This is screening. Just show me stocks between 1 and 100, current volumes 3, et cetera, et cetera. That's screening. Real-time scanning is okay. When all these values are met, filter values are met, tell me when a stock makes a new high for the day, as an example. This is the alert I'm using in this momentum scanner. Okay. I mean, we have many different alerts that you can use, but this is the one I like. But you may not like that. You may not want to see stocks at the high of the day. Maybe you want to see stocks, you look at this one's, let's take a look at this one right here. BRBS. I'm just using it as an example. You might look at that and go, I want to chase it yet. What if it pulls back down to I mean, the VWAP's pretty close, 228. Maybe if it pulls back to a certain, maybe a moving average that you're sort of liking. And again, you may not know what you like if you haven't practiced. But do you see what I'm driving at here? I mean, if you don't have any pressure, I mean, you could say to yourself, I'll just take a flyer on something and sink my entire account into this this 50-cent stock and see what happens. You can do it, but that's not, and it could work. When I say this, I'm not this one, but it could work. Maybe you make money, maybe you don't. You see, you have to have some idea about why you're taking a trade. And then if you take the trade, where am I getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? Where is my stop if this trade doesn't work? So I don't blow up again, I know you're in a different situation, but a lot of people aren't. They're in a situation where, okay, maybe they're not under the gun to, to make lots of money in the market, but they still want to make some money in the market to supplement an income. So you have to have some idea about, okay, if this trade doesn't work, where am I getting out of this trade if it doesn't work? I understand that the concept of that is foreign to most people. They just think, well, it's going to work. I read a lot of stuff about this company. People seem to be talking about it. I read on Twitter that it's going to do this, and so I'm just going to take the trade. And then it starts, moving down, down, and you just convince yourself, well, that's okay. It'll come back, and it might. It might come back, but it's a very, very, it's a very tough way to trade. But if you have no pressure, sure, you can do that. And if it doesn't work, you get out, go on to the next one. By the way, we've had a ton of Halls resumes. This is normally on my normally sharing this. I'm sharing it. You can have this one, but wow. So what do you think? Just add Ben. What do you think you'd like to see? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but like, what do you think? Like, you want to take stocks that are near the high of the day that are maybe, and I understand that I don't pile into something just because it's at the high of the day. I mean, the Sats, unfortunately, but you see how it was kind of right here. You see how it was kind of basing. So even though it just made a new low there, but it was coming from, a bit of consolidation. So yes, it was making it low, but it's not like I was chasing it now after, 5 or 6 15-minute candles down. Okay. I wouldn't take the trade now, even though it could still keep moving down. But yeah, so just because something makes a new low of the day, it depends on how is it doing that. So this is why this was super interesting to me because we're coming out of this bit of consolidation. Some volume was coming in below the whole number and an all-time low. That makes sense to me. So you have to figure out what makes sense to you. You might look at this and go, well, you know what? Here's the VWAP. It's kind of far away. But if this line was the VWAP line, you might say, well, you know what? Maybe it'll bounce. If it does bounce, I'll wait to see if it bounces up here and then it stalls and then comes down again. Okay. Well, this is the one I was trying to short it to add Ben. Yes. And I didn't get the fill. That's all. I mean, there are a lot of shares available, but I thought I got my fill and I didn't get my fill. I was trying to get the fill at 1188. But yes, I mean, that was a primo short for me. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. Okay, here's another one, guy. I let this do this on purpose. So in the simulator, I took this short of ZNTL, 300 shares. Okay. At one point, I was up $120. Again, this is in the simulator. Hopefully, it makes sense that you would not let this happen. It gets right back up into the where you short, or imagine this: you went long and you're up 120. You have to manage the trades. Okay, so when you're up 120, and it starts to move on you, you probably should take some off. How much you take off, again, this is, practicing, but you don't want to allow, a decent little profit to turn into a loss. That's why, practicing in a simulator is, it's until you can make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to make money live. Now, I know some say, well, just take 10 shares in your live account. There's no commission. You can do that, I guess, but I don't know. And I didn't put a stop in here. I wasn't really demonstrating that. I just wanted to show you how you can take a trade in the simulator. We went over earlier how to put a stop in. Well, the whole idea of a stop, why you have to have a stop. where you put your stop. Before one of the big things about evaluating whether you take a trade or not, okay, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. So how far away is it from that current price? So let's just say it's 20 cents away from the current price. Then you have to look, okay, well, where could it realistically go? If I take this and I have a 20-cent stop on this, on a stock, where could it go before it could hit some resistance to moving higher? And if you look left, or if depending on your style of trading, if it's say 40 cents away, then it becomes a good candidate because you can risk 20 to try to make 40. Doesn't mean you're going to make 40, but you have to go into the trade, in my opinion anyway, with a reasonable expectation if you're going to risk 20 to make 40 cents. In other words, a 1 for 2 risk reward. Real's not listening to me. Some will say 1 for 3. I won't take a trade if I have a 20-cent stop. I have to be able to look and think that, I have the potential to make 60 cents on the trade, 3 to 1. And that's fine. I mean, that's, totally up to you. Look at this Sats. Holy smokes. Straight, just the smallest green candle. Such a narrow little green candle. So from that 12 break, there's a dollar and a half, and on a $12 stock, I mean, that's a big percentage move. Even Dish, there's your Dish alert, 423 at 11:02, and it's 368 now. Look at this, and the same sort of thing. Look at the consolidation. You could have waited. Could have waited and waited and waited, and then when it did this, little break here, you could have said, "Okay, I'll take this trade." I'll short it around 416, and I can put my stop, say 15 cents away. And so if my stop is 15 cents away and I'm in at 416, could I make 30 cents on the trade? Well, because it's an all-time low, there's nothing holding it, there's no support. So yeah, I mean, in theory, because there's no support, who knows where it's going to go on the downside. So that becomes just a great looking risk reward. And again, I am sharing those two scans, the daily breakout and the daily breakdown. Meanwhile, Dish continues. And it's an earnings play, guys. It's an earnings play. You know why I love earnings plays. I mean, when it's an earnings play, some of these companies, one or two things can happen. They can have a collapse or they can rocket. But typically they just won't, do nothing all day. And again, what is an earnings play for me? Any stock that release earnings after hours the day before or in the pre-market. Now, after hours the day before would mean Friday afternoon after the market closed. Not many companies do that. But we will see a lot of earnings plays tomorrow. Many companies after hours today, and of course in the pre-market. William, I'm going to work on it though. Okay, guys, I have another 45 minutes or so. Again, I'll stay long, but good, good, Good opportunity to ask questions. Okay, guys, just I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to start to clean up some emails I'm getting. Give me a moment, guys. Dollar because I'm looking, I want to see where the next low is, where it could stall from moving down. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Now, if I can't see anything on the daily chart, so for instance, if I look left and all of this were on top or above, this was the like this was the everything I see here was above the current price. Then I start looking left on the weekly chart to see where the next low is. Okay, that's all I do. Very simple way of trading, in my opinion. Just because I'm looking at stocks that are already at the low of the day, so I don't have to or high of the day, so I don't have to worry about intraday highs and lows because it's already at the high or the low of the day. So then, just looking left, how far could it go down until it hits the next low or the next high if I'm going long? Doesn't mean it's going to get here. Understand, Accord, doesn't just because I see this as the next low, doesn't I mean I wish it were that simple. Okay, it's going to get down there. I wish it were that simple. It just means that I have a reasonable expectation that it could get there. This NSSC was a bit of a gem also. Wow. So you can see right here, that red line on the chart, that is the next high looking left. Okay, right there. You see that red line? And if you look left, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. So we had an alert here in the option activity scanner at 1:37 p.m. Eastern time. The price was 23.01. And so, it's had a decent little move, 23.46, but, it'll be interesting to see if it can get through that high. And just because there's a high doesn't mean that's going to stall it. Of course not. If it breaks through that high, then it's got room, to the 24.11 mark, which is the next high looking left. Oops. Here we go. So that just, I think the CLDX is triggered. I didn't have it up, or SGH for some reason. I remember SGH. This is the one I think I didn't put that price alert in today. Aha. So you see maybe why. So you can see right here, this is a stock that just got absolutely hammered down. And that was an earnings play. Just got hammered, absolutely hammered down on earnings. See, earnings were on October 12th post-market, but the actual reaction you're going to see is on the next day on the 13th, just got hammered down on earnings. And now trying to recover a bit. There's the high looking left, 1524, and it's at 1523 right now. It's had a couple of days of recovery. Who knows? Maybe it tries to fill in this void a little bit, what I call a void or gap. You guys give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, you see this? Now the volume isn't huge, but it's building up a little bit. Just do it. You see, all you can do is try it. 100 shares, buy, send. And see if that little spike out of here, that's all you can do is just try. Hmm. Just let me finish this quick sandwich, okay? All right. So what do you mean by that exactly, newbie? Why is the volume different from volume today in level one details? Where are you looking exactly? This is the volume here. Where exactly are you looking? Like what level one details are you talking about? The Okay, so a million shares approximately. Okay. Okay. 2119 now, but a million shares approximately. Yes. This volume today is a percentage, 241%. Okay, if that's what you're referring to, means it's trading 241% of what it normally does all day. Okay, that's yeah, that's all. It's not the same. It's a it's a percentage. It's a little bit like the relative volume, but not exactly. Okay. So if this stock has traded, I'll make a number up, 100,000 shares, 200,000 shares normally over the last 10 days for the entire day. Okay, for the entire day, then this would be like 243% of it, or 2.43 times it. So 243% or 2.43 compared to what it normally would have done in the entire day. So again, on average, over the last 10 days, if it normally did, um, looks like that will be about 400,000 shares. Okay. Okay. I mean, if I multiply 400,000 shares, a little over 400,000 shares by 2.47, I get approximately a million. Okay. So what it's doing is it's looking at the average over the last 10 days. Well, yeah, it's traded 600,000 more than its average. Yes. But it's better to look at it as a percentage, in my opinion. I don't really look at this one. I look at this one. The relative volume is like, let's see if I can try to explain the relative volume. Well, first of all, okay, so this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. Okay, now it's still working. Okay, but whenever I turn on trade ideas, and I'm in the West Coast, so I don't know, 4:30 my time, 7:30 Eastern time. Then I'm going to see the ones that are trading the most, the ones that are up the most, and the ones that are down the most. Okay, let me just. So actually, this is a good segue. So this I've been using something like this for years and years and years. The change from the close on the way down. The ones that are down the most, the ones that are up the most. That's the most obvious thing to sort on. Okay, each one of these columns in this top list is sortable. So again, the obvious thing to sort on is you want to find the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, and the ones that are down the most from yesterday's close. Okay, that's how I sort. That's how I sort on that column. So that's fine. Then this volume today percent column, which is this right there, okay, which is that right there. I take a look at this also. Now, again, imagine this is the pre-market. If you saw 50%, in here, what that would mean is that the stock has traded in the pre-market already 50% of what it normally would do all day long. That's pretty significant, right? Even 25%. If the stock has done what 25% in the pre-market, what it normally has done over the last 10 days, that's pretty significant. That means that there's a stock that is in play. But once the market opens and the relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market, okay? But once the market opens, that's when I turn my attention to the relative volume filter. So let's see if I can explain it in a way that makes sense. If you use this filter, this volume today percent filter, and you say put 200%, you want to see stocks that are trading at least double what they normally do all day long. Let's just say that a stock has traded normally 1 million shares on average over the last 10 days. So for you to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 2 million shares. Okay, that's fine. What I'd much rather use, though, is the relative volume filter, because the relative volume filter is up to the time of day. So let's just say at 9:30, that's when the market opens, and at 10 o'clock, some stock has traded 200,000 shares. Okay, that might be up to 10 o'clock on average. That might be 3 or 4 times what it has normally done over the last 10 days. So in the first bit of the day, it is really trading abnormally and maybe ramping up to that huge volume day. So hopefully I'm not, confusing people. If you only use that relative volume, volume today percent filter, for you to see that stock, it will have to have traded 2 million shares. I mean, that may be okay, but you may lose a big part of the move as it finally gets up to 2 million shares, as opposed to catching it earlier using the relative volume filter, which is concerned more with time, the time of day, concerned with the time of day. So that stock could be really active in the first half hour when it normally not is active in the first half hour, and just ramping up to have just a tremendous volume day. So you can catch it earlier using the relative volume filter, if that all makes sense. I mean, you don't have to know this, because, I mean, I just use the relative volume filter when the market opens. That's it. And the relative volume filter here is 8. It has to be really trading abnormally. That's why I'm hardly getting any alerts here. But the alerts you get typically are pretty darn good. So anyway, once the market opens, of course, I just get rid of the screen. Now, in the sample layout, or the test layout that I have given to you guys, if you're part of the test drive, you have these 2 windows. Okay, you do have the 2 windows, or the 2 they're topless windows. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Okay, and if I give you the link for my setup right here, which you can have if you want. Ooh, running the web version. Yeah, you got me there, John, because I don't run the web-based version at all. Okay, ever. So I really, how many top list windows are you running in that web-based version? So what I was going to say, if you take my layout, you probably will not see those two top list windows that I showed you. All you have to do is do this Windows show all, and they should pop up. Oh, that it? Only two. There's something wrong then. Two browser windows open, and that's it. Hmm. Now let me just do something here. I can open. No, I'm really going to probably tax my machine. I've got so many things going on, but we'll see what happens. So this is what the web-based version looks like. Okay. You got the channel bar. You can set up. So let me just see. Now, just so you know, I can have the web-based version and the downloadable application open because I've got a couple of accounts. Okay. With trade ideas, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. I have a desktop computer, I have a couple of laptops, I have a couple of tablets. So I can have them on as many different devices as I want, but I can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. No, a topless window would be a T window. I don't think that's an issue. If like here's a T window as a top list window, an A window as an alert window. Sometimes top list windows, I don't even know if you can do it on it. So I just don't use time frame, set record count. Yeah, 25. Sometimes the machine will really bog down. Like a top list window. Remember what a top list window is used for. It's if you want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day, down the most for the day, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, things like that. It will rank stocks, okay? But it's not going to tell you just because a stock is up the most for the day, it may not be making a new high, of course. It could be falling, but it could still be a stock that's up the most for the day. But that's what a top list window does. The alert window, of course, takes all the screening and you have some kind of a trigger like a new high. So with all the screening, minimum volume, minimum relative volume, minimum price or price range, things like that, and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on this, wanting to see if there's any I haven't looked at this for so long. Yeah, I'm not seeing a big slowdown. I'm not yeah. Don't know what to say, John. I mean, I've only had it up for 5 minutes, but I don't see a big slowdown, and I'm got a lot of things on the go. So you shouldn't have to do the refresh. You're talking about the help and or is it account reset? I don't even know. Like we have here, account reset connection. Now, again, if you're taking this test drive and you have created, if you've created or you've got some of my scans, okay, make sure you save everything to the cloud. So for instance, if you have my momentum scan up and running, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. If you want your entire layout saved to the cloud, file, save or share to cloud, and click on entire layout and give it a name. Give it another name, give it a name and save it into the cloud. It's always good practice to save individual scans to the cloud and your entire layout to the cloud. Few reasons. Again, if I go out and buy a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program, okay, and here it is, and then I just have to go file load from cloud. I mean, that's the obviously the whole idea of having things in the cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Another huge reason is, here I have my laptop, and if something happens to it, sorry, my desktop computer, if something happens to it, and it explodes, well, pain, but I go and buy a new one, download trade ideas, and everything is still there. Okay. So save everything if you create some layouts while you're on this test drive, you create some layouts, you create some scans, make sure you save them to the cloud, because if at some point in the future you decide you want to become a Trade Ideas subscriber, if you use the same email address as you used for the test drive, everything you're doing during this test drive, assuming you saved it to the cloud, will be available to you. So let's just say, you take your 10 days, you create some layouts, you create some scans, you save them to the cloud. A month later, you decide, yep, I really want to take out a subscription. 2 months later, yep, I really want to take out a subscription. Just, remember the email address you used, and then you take out a subscription using that email address, and all you have to do is file load from cloud, and they'll all be there. Okay. Yeah, sure. That would show up in something like this in a momentum scan, okay, but it won't, because my momentum scan is a relative volume of minimum of 3. But sure, that's great relative volume and a volume pop. But now you're going to have other filters in place, a price range, a minimum volume probably, because. But yes, so the question was, I'm working on a volume scan. Is the volume that came in on FULC a lot of volume? Well, sure, 150,000 right there on that, and it still has. Okay, that was the 15-minute candle. I mean, it's only traded 495,000, so that's, not quite a third of the total volume of the day right there. I never I never was in MDLZ. Maybe somebody else you were thinking? I never had Mondelez or whatever it's called. You must be thinking about somebody else, Brian. I've not even seen this one today. Again, look at the relative volume, 0.75, so it would not show up on any one of my scans. So when you say yours looks nothing like this, even when I clone your layout from the cloud. So what are you seeing? I know it's hard for you to tell me, but what are you seeing when it says you're saying it looks nothing like this? Is it because it's sort of jumbled up? I'm using, I'm using a 32-inch 4K compute monitor. So is it because is it because it's kind of jumbled up? I mean, you might have to move things around. It's hard, because if, some people are working on like a 15-inch laptop and some are, working on a 40-inch monitor. So it really depends, I guess, on what you're using. So, so again, I probably need more information, Jancy. When you say mine looks nothing like this, it should look something. The only thing I can think of is that maybe things are on top of each other, or you might have to, rearrange a little bit. So you see what happened here, guys? I left this in just to show. I mean, that obviously didn't work. The ALKT looked like it was going to pop out, but that's the market. So you would have had a stop. You would have got out of the trade. Why trading is hard. That's why you've got to have some discipline. And if you took that trade in the simulator, well, you've got to have a stop. I'm just going to get out of it right now. Pepe, the same thing happened. Trying to put my announcement in here and it's not working on this, but I remember what you told me to do. Give me a moment, guys. This is from the drawing tool. There we go. And now, aha, see? Just end the task and then, yeah, okay, cool. Glad it worked. Et voila. Yes. So I guess I need a little more information, Jancy. I mean, I am trying to figure out what is going on. I do understand that if you take my layout, it may not look exactly the same because of, my screen size and all that, but I think it's just a matter of rearranging. Okay, guys, getting close to the look at this dish. Another move down. Wow. So ever since 12:45, other than just a minor little green candle there, another minor one there, it's been straight down for dish. Okay, guys, and as I say, I'll be taking off soon, but William will keep the main room open until 4:15. Okay. There will be no screen sharing and there will be nobody on the mic, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. So for those of you who are in YouTube and want to head over to the main trading room, this is the trading room link. Okay, and just for you guys to know, we do have two. We have a YouTube room and we have what I call the main room. There's just more action in the main room, way more traders, a lot more interaction. YouTube is easier to get into, but there's just not as much action. So it's up to you. No, what we're trying to do, Derek. So the question is, are we making an Apple version? We're trying to get this the web-based version as close to the app as possible, and we've been doing that for months and months. That's what we're really trying to do, to get the web-based version or the app close to the web-based version or vice versa, so that we can use the web-based version and you won't know the difference. But I guess I don't know when that is going to happen. And you're probably aware, or maybe you're not. I mean, you can use the app on a Mac. It's just a matter of if you're willing to use Parallels or something like that, or Amazon Web Services. I know a lot of people use Parallels. A lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. That's what they do. I understand that it's not as it's not a, it's a solution. Some may not like it though. I understand. Oh, I don't know about Carvana having meme status anymore. I mean, it had earnings last week, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, that short float, 38%. I mean, it is high, but I'm seeing price targets cut by various brokerages. So I really don't know if it's meme status again. Had earnings on the second, so this was the result. Oh, there's no question. I mean, the Windows version, as you call it, the downloadable application is way better. Now, having said that, if I only had one monitor or I was running it on a laptop and I didn't care about practicing trading, web-based version is probably is probably okay. The only issue if you're an active trader is that we cannot link. We cannot You cannot establish that external linking tool, with the web-based version. So that means that every time you click on an alert, and if you see it, and you'd have to type it in to your order entry, which would, for me, would be a royal pain. Oh, no, it's not available to short. AIRE is now showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. We don't often get them this late, but I cannot short it. I cannot short it because there are no shorts available. Okay, I just want to make that clear. Not that I can't short it because I don't want to. It's because there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. If not, I will let William take over. So in the YouTube room, I put the trading room link. If you want to head over there. And the last thing I'll do is, again, if you do want to take part in the test drive, you can still do it. You can actually sign up until Friday. You won't get 10 days. That's all. I mean, again, there is the test drive link. No, Marty. I was never that. No, no, Marty. So the test drive link. So again, there is still time. So I mean, you'll basically get the balance of today and then 9 trading days. Okay, Tuesday to the fall to Tuesday tomorrow to the 20th. That's 9 trading days plus the balance of today. And you can still actually sign up until this coming Friday. You're not going to get the full 10 days, but and it still costs $11.11. And it gives you access to our premium service in which you can have access to the AI. You can do back testing if you want, things like that. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to bump yourself up to premium for the balance of today and then the 9 trading days, you can do so. And once the test drive is over, it is over. Okay, nothing to do. In other words, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. So please don't ask, okay, the test drive is over. Please send me a confirmation that I am unsubscribed from it. Okay? You don't have to worry. When it's over, it's over. And we only do this about 3 times a year now. So if you want to take advantage and try us out, now is the time. Um, I have no idea. I really don't check to see how many people are on YouTube. 45. There are 45 right now. I was going to take off now. So we do have 45 in YouTube right now. So, I mean, if you want to take over in YouTube, if you want to take over here, you can do it, I suppose. Okay, I won't shut it down then. So Chris, for YouTubers, Chris will take over for, Well, he'll keep it open as long as he wants, I guess. Okay, so I'll put the YouTube link in. You know, and I will always stay around. If there are questions, of course, but what is the POS in range indicator? Okay, I think I heard your pop. Wow, double dose of Chris. I think Chris is over there now. What is the POS in range?
Yep. Sorry, I'm here
Oh,
now.
position. I'm sorry. Position and range indicator. Okay, I'm sorry. So okay, Chris, do you want me to mute myself and YouTube?
What I mean, I could help handle the question if you need me. You're ready to take off. I don't want to keep you here. I just figured if there's people on either side of the room, I'll hang out here for a few minutes and answer some questions. I mean,
Okay.
if it dies down, I'm just going to close it too. But I also figure if the people in the main room want to talk amongst themselves, they don't want to listen to me. Like I don't think William or anybody wants to listen to me. You know what I mean? Everybody else that wants to hear could.
They could. It's okay. I don't think.
I know I don't want to listen to me. So
okay. Well, then what I'll do then, I'll answer Michael D. his question in the main room. I'll put myself on mute in YouTube. Okay.
All right. And then, if you want to just let everybody in the main room know, they can come over here if they want.
Yep.
And
I have already done that. I'll put the link in again.
Out here for a few, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So I've moved that back over to that screen. Give me 1 second here. I just don't want my notifications to come through and screw us up here. One more second. Bear with me here. All right, so just move some stuff around. I'll hang out here for a few minutes and put it back over to my main screen. If anybody has questions, fire those away for me here and try to get those answered for you. I never know when we got the test drivers if anybody's hanging out and really needs some questions answered there. I've been, really buried in support for the last couple of hours here. With a lot of emails and things like that, trying to keep up with everything that I can. So give it a couple of minutes here. If anybody comes, and they got some questions, fantastic. If not, nothing ventured, nothing lost. I'll shut this down in a few minutes from there. So So I saw Marty. I don't know if he was asking. I assume he was asking this to Barry, but I'm going to piggyback off of it anyways, real quick. Did you ever have a period of time where you didn't know what exactly to trade and how to do that? It kept you up at night. I mean, I did. I've had, I had many nights like that where, it seemed like I hit a good winning streak of things, and then all of a sudden I couldn't find anything and nothing was going right. And I thought, I just, how do I figure this out and what's wrong and why did it work before? And I go back through my notes and took this trade because of this and found it on this scan and share size like this because of this and stop loss because of this. And this was how I was managing to the upside if it made me the upside. And I tried to find the common things that went right. That was what I did anyways. Try to find all the common things that went right, try to find all the common things that went wrong. Try to keep doing the common things that went right, avoid the common things went wrong. I mean, it's oversimplifying. Maybe, but that was a short and skinny of what started to make me stop consistently being a loser as far as the market was concerned. But without any question, definitely had some of that going on without any question. That's why I want to talk to the high or the low of the game. Okay. All right, I was just checking that Barry's still over in the main room. I didn't want to hold him up. I just thought try to jump in here real fast. And again, anybody with a few more questions, please hit those up before, if it's just going to be radio silence in here, I will close the stream. Please don't be shy, folks. Don't be shy. I can't answer the questions that aren't asked. And, I think it's really, really important that you folks drive where any live content we do goes outside of things that we have scheduled. If we have something scheduled to go over something specifically outside of that, I think it's important for you folks to drive it, because that's what's going to get you the most value out of what you're specifically looking for, because not everybody's looking for the same thing, of course. So anyways, hopefully that's helpful, and we'll keep at it for a couple of minutes here, and we'll see how that goes. Alrighty. So I'll hang out a few minutes, wait to see if some questions come in. Please, again, any with questions, fire those away for me. Other than that, I'm going to plug away at a few emails. If I get through a couple of emails and no questions come in, I'm going to go ahead and close the stream. All right, I'm guessing by the numbers dropping off, nobody really has any questions. But again, I give it another couple of minutes. Fire some questions in for me if you folks have them. All right, again, chime in here. Any with questions before I shut this down for the day? We're going to call this going once and come back with going twice in a second. All right. Last call for questions. Going twice. All right, going 3 times on last call for questions. Last call for trade ideas, questions, folks, before I shut down the stream. All right, give another moment here, and I'm going to shut it down. David, saved up the bell. I was going to shut it down. AV WAP channel still has 2MA windows that say unauthorized. Are you in the test drive, David? Yes, indeed. All right, give me 1 second to look something up on my end of things. Bear with me, please, please, and thank you. All right. I've located you. Give me 1 second here. Let me see what's going on. All right, David, if you can go and reset your connection for me in the menu bar and then try to open those windows. Let me know if they're working now. Yeah, I see that you're that's what I thought. I thought you had a standard sub. I just wasn't sure if you took the test drive to get the other features or not. That's why I was asking. It helps me search for things on the back end so I can locate you quicker and the proper account and see what's going on that side. So if you can go accounts, reset connection, maybe do it twice. Give a pump on that twice, that reset connection button, and then try to open that window and let me know how that goes, please. And thank you. So just let me know, David. You should be accessed from what I can see. That should be good to go. But if you can confirm that for me, please. All right, excellent. Glad to hear that, David. Perfect. Okay, so with David saving everybody at the bell with me shutting this down, I'm going to give this another minute or two. If no questions come in the next 1 or 2 minutes for me, I am going to shut the stream down though, folks, all right? So please, again, please, if you have questions, fire those away for me. I don't want to close this if people have questions, but I have other things that I can attend to with other users emailing and asking for help that don't want to be in the stream. So again, if you folks have questions, please fire those in for me before I shut down the stream. Thank you. All right, folks. I'm going to call it for the day. Barry will be back here about 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and we'll get back at it as a group. You all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you happen to be on this spinning globe we call Earth, and we'll see you then. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.